Someone else has their microphone on. Please try to mute yourself. All right. Today, we are still recording less than 20 people. We're still recording less than 20 people. So please inform the rest of your colleagues wherever they are. Today, we are ending the whole course. And we also have to find time to go through the past questions as I promised you. So it will be best if we are all here on time so that we can all start. Is that okay? So exactly 7:10. When it is 7:10, I'm giving you 6 minutes more for the rest of your colleagues to join. So tell them to join quickly. All right. Thank you. Okay. Even as we wait for the 10 minutes to be up, so far, how are you seeing the course? Today being the last day, what have you observed? What have you learned? I mean, are your perceptions different from when you started or before you started? I know a number of you were scared of the course, but now how do you see it?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, right. Yes, I was saying that I know that from the very beginning, a number of you were scared of the course because you heard before. But now, as we are almost through with the course, how have your perceptions changed, or is it still as difficult as you thought it would be?
Hello, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, please, the perception has changed. You've
Mm,
actually, you've actually taught us the course very well. and we appreciate your time and how you explain things to us. We are grateful.
All right, all right. Someone says their perception have not changed. Oh, that is fine. Anyway, all right. So I think we have just 1 more minute uh, as we give ourselves. Please, the rest of your colleagues who are not here, we are still waiting for over 60 people. I should be recording over 100 people. We are still less than 50. Means a number of your colleagues are not here. Anyway, we also can't wait for them. So last week, just as we do every day, last week we did something on geography in the Muslim world and in the Chinese world, in addition to the 5 exploration problems, among some other things. Okay, so just as we always do, we just brush through some questions quickly. Within 5 minutes, we should be done, and then we can start with the actual lecture. Okay. And if you also remember, I asked you to divide the Islamic geography in the Muslim world into a number of about 3 different areas so that it will be easier for you to study. Number 1, we had geography in the contributions of Muslims to climatology and geomorphology. Okay, so who can give me in about 20 to 30 seconds just a brief overview of the contributions to Muslims in terms of climatology and geomorphology? Yes, hello. Nobody. All right. So I'll move on to the other question. Today we don't have time, so we will not spend much time at all. Um, who can talk about Idris or Al Idrisi and his contributions to geography in very brief sentences? Again, nobody. Okay. What of Ibn Battuta? Ibn Battuta. These were people we actually studied into detail. Anybody for Ibn Battuta? Again, nobody. All right. Ibn Khaldun, and then geography in the Chinese world. Anybody?
So,
Yes, Linda.
Ibn Khaldun was the one who discovered that the areas around the equator was actually habitable.
Okay. Okay. As part of his contributions, that's fine.
And he also studied human environmental interaction.
All right. All right. Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. We concluded that chapter with the contributions of the Chinese to geography. And then we moved on to the age of exploration, where we understood. So we also gave about 3 reasons why there was a sudden increase in exploration activity. What were those 3 reasons? The reasons why exploration just suddenly
Sir,
boomed. Yes, Geraldine also.
curiosity.
Curiosity. Okay, so we actually mentioned curiosity, but we excuse me, we classified it in a much better way. So if you remember, how was it stated? The answer is actually curiosity, but we classified it better.
So they wanted to find out how the world is at other places. And then the
Right.
other one I remember so much was the spread of the Christian faith in other parts of
Mm-hmm.
the continent.
Mm-hmm.
And then you talk about some metals, some the precious metals somewhere that they were
Mm-hmm.
using. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
something like that.
All right, that's fine. Mr. Emmanuel, you can go ahead.
Yes, so sir, with the third one, I want to make it well. So you said that some metals were in extension, so they wanted to replenish those precious metals, and then species were also the main motive for the exploration. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So Geraldine, Meshach, and Emmanuel, that was right. So the first reason why the explorations began was just the mere reason to know what it is like somewhere else. As Geraldine said, just curiosity. What can we see elsewhere? All right. Secondly, they embarked on the explorations to spread the Christian faith. And I explained to you as to how all of that thing came about. In fact, as to now, what in Ghana today and in many parts of Africa, we have so many schools, hospitals, and other facilities that are offshoots of the some of the missions that were coming here, the Catholics, the Methodists, and a lot of them. All right. And then lastly, the need to replenish the lost European supplies of precious metals and spices. So I explained to you that at that time, currency had not yet been developed, like what we have, the CD and the dollar. No, it wasn't in existence then. They were doing what you call barter trade, or they buy some things in precious metals like gold and silver and what have you. Okay, so because there was serious extraction at that time, their own supplies had what dwindled, or it was finished. So they wanted to go elsewhere to go and find out if they could find more. All right. So that was the main reason why. Among other things, we also studied the five geographic problems. The five geographic problems. Please give me a minute. Hello, Steven. Yes. Good morning. How are you? I'm also fine. Have you already joined the class? Okay. Have your colleagues joined, because we are recording just about 61 people. So tell them if they are not yet here so that they can all join. Okay. With the link I just sent you, I sent you last week for us to use. All right. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So we ended with the five geographic or exploration problems. The five exploration problems. Now, what were they?
Okay, sir. So one is that the problem of maintaining health on long sea voyages. And then
Mm-hmm.
also there was a problem of making precise determination of the longitudes. And
Mm-hmm.
there was also a problem of perfecting the accuracy of the navigation. So
Mm-hmm.
these are some of the problems that I can remember. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Can anybody try and explain for us any of the problem? Meshach, yes, go ahead.
What to talk about the other problem? The other problem was showing the problem of showing the spherical surface of the Earth or large
Mm-hmm.
part of it on a piece of paper. Let me explain the. I asked question on the problem of perfecting the. Okay, let
Accuracy,
me
okay.
explain the first one. The problem of maintaining health on long sea voyages.
Okay.
Because they were traveling for long distances, some
Mm-hmm.
like Vasco da Gama and his
Mm-hmm.
people, for instance, because they were traveling, they were spending more days on the sea. They contracted some kind of sicknesses along the line. As a result of that, some of them were scabies. So as a result of that, their health actually was distorted, and some of them died along the line. And this was due to some of the food that they even went along with got exhausted. So they were eating stale food. and also the water they carried along. Due to the distance they were covering, all ones got exhausted, and it rendered many to death, some contacting malaria and other diseases, which affected their health. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Felicia, you can continue.
Okay, I want to talk about the second one.
Go ahead, madam.
The problem of the problem of perfecting the accuracy of navigation. He said that the Chinese people were the first to develop the magnetic compass that was metal, and because the sailors were also using some metal with them, it distorted the way they will do their they will use their mapping, and then they were also using the wind, the sun, the moon. And we know that sometimes the wind will not blow, or the the sun may not come out. So these are some of the things that will distort the way of reading and getting it accurate. Say.
Thank you very much, Felicia. That was very all right. If you're Laura, I think you end up. Can you explain it? What you wanted to say? Yes.
Okay, so please, I also wanted to talk about the problem of perfecting the accuracy of navigation.
All right.
I remember you said some of the sailors were using stars and other celestial bodies as navigation, and
Okay.
some also were using wind as well. And although
Mm-hmm.
the Chinese people brought the magnetic compass, but it was
Mm-hmm.
difficult for them to use because on the ship there were some magnets too there. So um since there are some magnets on the ship, it's like magnets attract, and then it may change the direction, and to make it difficult for them to read. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other? Any other before we go to what we have to do today? All right. I think there are about 2 or 3 geographic problems that you are supposed to try and understand, because if that question come, it will be a full question. And we took time to explain it here, the last time. I'm not going to go over it today. Yes, for yourself. Today we are going to look at the last part of lecture 4, and then we'll conclude with lecture 5. Okay, so the other part of the lecture 4 looks at the origin of continents and oceans. The origin of continents and oceans. Now, some parts of this we've already read on, similar to something that we read under the Christian medieval geography. Okay, so around this time, people were also trying to understand, how did the continents come about? How do we have continents, and how do we have land, and why are they distributed the way they are? Okay, on the continent, why do we have certain areas that are flat, called plains? Okay, in certain areas we have mountains, we have hills. Okay, in other areas we have deep valleys. Why are they distributed all over the world the way they are? Okay, so they were trying to understand what was going on. All right, and so if you cast your mind back to, way back to the first, around this point, they were also doing something similar to what the ancient Greeks were also doing. Okay, in terms of what does it mean? Remember the geographic question, what does it mean? All right, okay. So the origin of continents and oceans, and I must emphasize that much of these explanations that they were giving to the origin of the continents and oceans were some were weird, But as we go along, you understand what I'm talking about. Now, much speculation aroused concerning the origin of the Earth and its surface features as a result of the publication of a 2-volume work by Thomas Bennett in 1681 titled Tellurus Theoria Sacra. So they created the Earth and set it spinning on its axis. So according to Thomas Bennett's book, the Earth was egg-shaped as a result of both spinning it on its axis. Someone says my line is breaking. Is my line breaking for everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
Jesus. I was thinking today will be better. Let me see. All right. Can you all hear me better now?
Yes. Yeah,
All
nice,
right.
Vicky.
All right.
Yes, sir.
As we proceed and goes off, I'll try and come back on. So you just don't worry, as usual, just as we do. All right. So as I said, in his book, he argued that when God created the earth and sent it spinning on its axis, it became egg-shaped. And I believe you already know that movement, the movement of the earth spinning on its axis. Now, since the earth's axis was then perpendicular to the plane of the ecliptic, there were no seasons but a perpetual spring at the latitude of England. So around the area of England where he was from, so you can understand why he was arguing for the case of England. There was the spring season, and the spring season was the only season available or in existence as at that time. Now, according to him again, the surface of the earth was smooth. So the earth was literally flat. Okay, the surface of the earth was smooth and flat. But certain people like Methuselah, and if you know the Christians here will know who Methuselah is, especially those who go to the church. So who was Methuselah, class? Anybody who knows who Methuselah was? So he was one of the people who lived long ago, and he actually lived for a very long time. In fact, it is argued that he is the oldest man who ever lived. Now, the argument that Thomas Bennett raised was that people like Methuselah lived so long that they developed what you call leisure time. Please, Madam Judith, I think you have your microphone on. If you can hear me, try and mute yourself. All right. And we all know what leisure time is. So it's like after a long day's work, you have time to relax and rest and what have you. Okay. And because they had developed leisure time, they were able to then develop evil among themselves. Because the saying goes that an idle mind is the devil's playground, right? So the more you live longer, the more leisure time you would have, and the more evil you can then plot in your mind. Now, because people were then beginning to sin as a result of the evil they were then developing, God decreed the destruction of the earth. So this is somehow similar to the story of Noah's Ark. Please, not a Noah's Ark. This one is not a Noah's Ark. This is the real Noah we are talking about. So in anger, God decreed the destruction of the earth, and the surface of the earth began to crack open into ugly mountains and valleys. So his argument was that because people were living for so long, they were sinning too many times, and God got angry. And similar to what he did in Noah's time, where he actually decreed that a flood will come and wipe away the surface of the earth and kill all people, he actually said that God decreed that mountains should come up, or the earth should just crack open. Okay, in anger, the earth will just crack open like a form of a volcanic eruption or earthquake, and then the mountains and the valleys began to take shape. Remember, they were trying to understand how continents and oceans began to or came into existence. Okay, so this was the argument raised by Thomas Bennett. All right. Now, secondly, he said that a flood came on the surface of the earth, okay, and the flood covered the whole earth, released from inside where the water had been confined. So, according to him, it was not rainfall that fell from the sky to, cause the flooding. It was actually water that was stored under the ground. And as part of earth science, I think you either studied this last week or you are going to study it this week, the underground water and the surface water. Maxwell, yes, you can go ahead. Yes, Maxwell.
Sir, sorry, please. I think it was my hand that pressed on the.
All right, sure, no problem.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
So according to Thomas Bennett, after the earth had cracked open and the mountains and the valleys had come up, a flood also came upon the earth and covered the whole earth. And the shock that this flood brought knocked the earth away from its axis and then created the seasons. So if you remember from the beginning, his argument was that there were no seasons except a perpetual spring at the latitude of England. Now, because of the flooding, it had changed the trajectory of the earth, and then suddenly the seasons had been created. And then the surface again had broken into continents and mountains, and the water drained off to form the oceans. So after the land had cracked open to form the mountains and the valleys, and the flood has also come up from the underground areas where it was stored, the surface then broke up into continents as we have today. All right, and then the valleys, the deep valleys that had been created as a result of the cracking up of the earth, became the basin where the water or the flood waters had then drained into to form what we call the oceans. So according to him, this was simply the formation of the oceans and the continents. Okay, and I must emphasize that at the end of all of this, we will then find a scientific or a more geographic understanding as to why we have continents and oceans. Okay, but let's move on. Now, the appearance of Bennett's sacred theory of the earth, where the English translation of his Latin book, remember, within the Christian medieval geography era, okay, if your book was written down and it was not in Latin, it will not be accepted. So Latin by default became the language of communication of the earth. And so his book was originally written in what? In Latin. Of course, when other languages began to take shape and become more dominant, like the English language, several translations were then what? Made. Now, the development of the book created a controversy that lasted for several decades. In fact, several new theories regarding the origin of the earth were offered. Is my network still messing up? Oh, interesting. Please bear with me. If you can hear me, just try and bear with me and follow along. You should be able to understand. In 1695, John Woodward, okay, so another person is now coming into the picture. So after Thomas Bennett's theory or his book, another person is now coming into the picture called John Woodward. Now, he presented the idea that the flood that God had sent in anger dissolved the rock materials of the earth. Okay, and this material was later deposited in the form of layers or strata, some of which contain the fossil fuels or the fossil remains of vegetable and animal life. Okay, so someone is now trying to create the formation of rocks. Okay, and if you remember, somewhere last week or so, or this week maybe, you might have done the rocks and their formations. And under sedimentary rocks, this is exactly the sort of description that we give. The fact that a rock would be dissolved, or several rocks would be dissolved or moved through the process of weathering and erosion. Okay, and then they will be deposited at a particular area for so long a time. And then when water comes in to form, or part of the process is called the lithification and the cementation. If you remember, okay, the rock will then be formed, but it will be formed in layers, as to why we have sedimentary rocks that are created in what? In layers. If you remember. So John Woodward sort of presented that idea. The only thing was that his causation factor was the flood that Thomas Bennett had already spoken about. That flood caused the dissolving of the rock materials. Okay, and some of these materials were later deposited in form of layers or strata, in addition to the fossil remains of plant and animal species. Okay, to form the rock materials. So now we've looked at two people, Thomas Bennett and John Woodward. Now, another person is coming into the picture called William Weston. Okay, now he developed a theory that the Earth itself was made from the debris of a comet. The debris of a comet. So a comet is literally a large rock material traveling in the sky, or in space, should I say, in space. Okay, now occasionally when you look up in the sky, you might see some huge rock materials that happen to be flying, and then it has some light. Okay, so it looks like some light. So sometimes we call them shooting stars. Okay, we call them shooting stars. Because of the speed at which they are traveling in the atmosphere, and they are rubbing against the wind or the air, it creates some sort of light. And sometimes we call them shooting stars. Okay. Now, his argument was that the Earth itself was made of the tidal crests were then represented by the oceans, and the troughs by the basins of the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. So his argument was that the Earth itself, the formation of the Earth itself, was just a result of the operations of a comet. However, his calculation left out so many things that he was almost immediately attacked. For example, in fact, let me add that part of his theory was that the sun was the giver of the energy that's life revolved around. Okay, the sun, as we know today, gives the energy that life absorbs to support human life. All right, but the theologians, especially the Christians at that time in medieval geography, okay, they were of the view that how could the sun already be in existence before the earth started moving around it? Okay, remember, William Weston's argument was that the sun was already in existence, and it was what gave energy to the earth for plants and animals to survive. But the Christians, through the theologians at that time, okay, were of the view that how could the sun already be in existence before the earth started moving around it? When the book of Genesis, in fact, stated that God created light on the fourth day. So you get where the argument is coming from. Once again, going to reiterate the fact that the medieval Christian era of geography, they were just basing on the Bible for explanations of things. So you are now still getting the picture as to why the geography era for the Christians was literally the Dark Ages, as we explained. Okay, now in Germany, another person came into the picture called Abraham Werner. Okay, but let's take a step back so don't forget. We started with Thomas Bennett. Okay, and then we said that Thomas Bennett came up with a book called The Sacred Theory of the Earth. And in that book, he added that because people were living for so long, they were beginning to sin, because the more you live, the more things you know, and the more you can easily fall to sin. And so many people were sinning. God in anger decreed the destruction, and this open to form the mountains and the valleys and the continents as we know it. Okay, and then the second phase of God's punishment to the earth came in the form of a flood. But this flood, as opposed to Noah's flood, was a flood that was created from the water stored under the ground, what we call the underground aquifers. Okay, now this flood then, in addition to what had already happened before, created the continent and the oceans, because the valleys that were then created will be the form of a basin where the the flood waters will drain into to then form the oceans. And then someone else came into the picture, John Woodward, with the argument that the flood that occurred dissolved rock materials, and then also part of the remains of plant and animal life, which led to the formation of the rocks on the continent. And then we came to William Weston through the concept of the description, where he is saying that the earth was created from the debris of a comet. And then now we are at Abraham. Now he thought that the material dissolved in the waters of the flood was deposited over the earth to form a series of layers like the skin of an onion. So still based on Thomas Bennett's flood. Okay, still based on that, Abraham Werner is saying that that flood that had already dissolved rock materials deposited the material it had dissolved in the form of layers on the surface of the earth. So this is also very similar to John Woodward's theory. If you remember, this is similar to John Woodward's theory. Okay, but in this case, the materials that were deposited were in the form of layers, where it looked like the skin of an onion. You know, when you peel an onion and you cut it into half, you realize that it looks like layers of skin. Okay, and it's the same thing. If you get according to integrated science at least, if you cut the earth into two, okay, or you get a cross-sectional image of the earth, you realize that the materials are deposited in layers. You have gravel somewhere, you have fine sand somewhere, you have laterite somewhere, you have silt and what have you. Okay, and that is the argument that Abraham Werner was raising. Now, the failure to find a plausible explanation for the disappearance of the flood did not make Abraham Werner abandon his theory, which was almost universally accepted well into the 19th century. Okay, so this theory failed to explain as to where the water went, because it has dissolved material. Yes, it has deposited the material somewhere. Yes, but where then was the water? All the water that had dissolved all these materials, he failed to give an explanation as to the disappearance of the flood. Okay, and so people doubted his theory, of course, but generally it was accepted because no other form of explanation was in existence around that time. All right. So then we come to the actual explanations for the origin of the landforms and the continents. Okay. Now, between the 19th century, scholars debated the origin of the Earth's landforms. Were they divinely created? numerous. The Christians, for instance, were basing on the Bible. The atheists were basing on non-existent things like the comets, the debris of a comet. Okay, what then indeed was the real reason why, or the explanations for the origin of the continents, the landforms, and the oceans. Okay, and so two things came up through their reasoning and their research. Two terms or two things came up. One was called catastrophism. Catastrophism, as in catastrophe. So we have catastrophism, and then we have uniformitarianism. As you can, so we have catastrophism and uniformitarianism. Now, catastrophism explained changes through violent events like earthquakes, while uniformitarianism held that present-day processes shaped Earth over time. Okay, let me explain it better for you. So catastrophism is the argument that sudden events, okay, sudden events were the ones that shaped the sort of landforms, the continents that we have today. Okay, sudden events like what? Like earthquakes, like volcanic eruptions. They happen just in a day. It can just happen in a few seconds. It can happen and it's gone. Okay, the idea is that the catastrophism is not even just the suddenness of the event, but the way it occurs. So it occurs and usually things are destroyed. Life could be destroyed, land, the land itself could be destroyed, and what have you. Okay, so that is why it is called what? Catastrophe. So catastrophism, when sudden violent events shape Earth and the Earth's processes, we call it what? Catastrophism. Whereas the process of uniformitarianism, as you can see, uniform. So it takes place over a long time, as opposed to the catastrophism. Uniformitarianism actually takes place over a long period of time. And in fact, the same Earth processes that were in existence or happening several years ago, gradually shaping the land as we know it, are the same Earth processes still in place, continuously shaping the land and the Earth as we know it. So the same things that were happening before are still in operation. It didn't pause for something else to happen before it came back. No. Same things that were in existence some years ago are the very same things that are happening today. So you get the difference between the two. Okay, catastrophism is more immediate, revolutionary. Okay, and it is more violent. That is why it is called catastrophe. So if you forget anything, remember the word catastrophe, in something violent, something that destroys. Okay. And these earth events, they are violent and they take place over a short period of time. They are more immediate and they also shape the earth. Whereas others held the view of utilitarianism, where slow earth processes were the ones that actually shaped the earth. And the same processes that were in existence some years ago, some millions of years ago, are the same earth in existence today. All right. In Europe, Avicenna and Shenko also challenged catastrophic views. So, as a concept or as a theory, generally it will be argued against. Okay, Leonardo da Vinci. Okay, those of you who are well into history or into arts may know who he was. Leonardo da Vinci. Sorry about that. Let me proceed. Argued that water erosion could smooth landforms. And then called Bernard Palissy observed that rivers could wash away and is a hand up. Geraldina. Or, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Please
Your
go ahead.
line keeps breaking. Oh. We hear only one word, then it goes off, then it comes again. We are not able to connect.
Okay, thank you for your observation. Our comfort, yes, you can go ahead. Yes, comfort. Geraldina, thank you for drawing my attention. So, is it a little better now?
It's still breaking.
Everybody has been. Give me a minute to readjust myself and get back to you. Don't go off. Just
Sir,
be on standby. Yes, hello.
I believe this network issue is something locational.
Don't worry. I came to confuse you more. Ima, Ima, Ima.
Yes, sir.
Ima, Mitch, line a breaker. It be Max. Everything cool. Where you catch?
Sir, please,
Max.
network is awful.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Max.
Yeah. Where you
Hello,
catch?
Max. My network go off. My network they mess up today. I don't know why.
So where you catch?
At the wrap up the origin of landforms, I will start the chapter 5.
Modern Geographics. Modern Geographics, right? Okay, sure.
Yeah, modern geographies.
Okay. Me too, I will start
You
class the
catch.
Modern Geographics very soon. They don't come early, so
Sure.
okay. So we'll meet.
All right, sure. Okay, class, is the network a little better now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we can use it.
Okay, sure. Let's go quickly before the witches and the wizards on the platform will take their turn back. All right. So as we're explaining the catastrophism as opposed to uniformitarianism, okay, catastrophism is more violent, it is more sudden. Uniformitarianism is more slow, and it doesn't have that effect of the violence. Okay, the violence that is usually created through catastrophism is somehow absent in uniformitarianism. Is that okay? All right. Now, still under the origin of landforms, now they are trying to understand why do we have certain areas having peculiar landforms like highlands, lowlands, flat plains, and what have you. So in the 17th century, scholars began linking rock structure to surface features. John Strachey, for instance, showed how landforms reflect underlying rocks supported by fieldwork from other people. Okay, and they defined a man like Aquino. Okay, he categorized rocks into 4 main types: as opposed to the rock classifications that we have today. He classified rocks into four main types: the primitive rocks, the secondary rocks, the tertiary rocks, and the volcanic rocks. And I'm sure the primitive rocks are the very original ones, the very ones that, I mean, existed when the earth was created. Okay, and then there are secondary rocks. These secondary rocks are more or less a merger primitive rocks. The tertiary rocks will then be rocks created from the secondary rocks and other features. Okay, and other features like the fossils, which are the remains of plants and animals. And then the volcanic rocks as will be the ones created from the cooling of magma that has erupted through the volcanic eruptions. All right. Then others studied river flow and valley formation. So this man, for instance, I won't even attempt to pronounce his name, but laws while in 1786, and another person created a formula describing how rivers maintain a balance between flow speed and sediments, introducing the concept of a graded valley. So in all of this, the picture out of this is that they were then gradually, as opposed to the previous people, they were gradually trying to find a more scientific understanding, a more scientific or more geographic understanding behind why rivers flow from a higher place to a lower place, or a higher gradient to a lower gradient. Why certain areas have a flat area. For instance, you come to the lower part of Ghana, Accra, and other areas, and you realize that when you are driving or you are moving from Accra to the Volta region, okay, up until you get to places like uh, even way after Sogakope and all those other areas, you realize that the land is literally flat, and so we call them the plains, okay, the southeastern coastal plains of Ghana, okay, and so these people were definitely trying to understand why all of these varied landforms were in existence and what were their characteristics. All right, okay. Next, another man called James Hutton in the 18th century was the first to fully support uniformitarianism, proposing that observable processes continuously shape the earth with no clear beginning or end. So as I said, or as we explained under the uniformitarianism, the idea is that the earth processes that were in effect so many years ago are the same things in effect today. And the argument is that they didn't pause at a point in time and later picked off at a point in time. The same things that were in existence some years ago are the same things that are in existence today. Okay, now if you have a pen and a paper, I would like for you to jot down some examples of the catastrophism and uniformitarianism. Okay, so an example of catastrophism is the extension of the dinosaurs. Okay, the extension of the dinosaurs. If you those of you who are familiar with a little history will know that the argument is that on the earth some many years ago there were what you call dinosaurs, and these dinosaurs were big huge animals that we use to scare children today. But the idea is that a large rock called an asteroid in space, okay, was traveling in space and somehow hit the earth at that point in time, and the dust and the sudden change in climate was what killed the dinosaurs. Okay, and so for instance, that event was sudden, it was immediate, and it was violent because it changed the course of life at that point in time. So it was what? A catastrophe. And in this term or in this context, we call it what? Catastrophism. Another type or example of catastrophism is earthquakes. As we know them today, earthquakes are what we call, they are also part of catastrophism, okay? Because suddenly the earth will just break up and then whatever happens, happens. Another example of catastrophism is volcanicity or volcanic eruptions. Flooding is also another example of catastrophism. If you look at all of these types or examples, you can note there's one thing that is common, or two things that are common. All of them are violent. All of them are violent. All of them are also immediate. They happen instantaneously. Okay, so that is that for the catastrophism. Under the uniformitarianism, okay, we have, is a hand up? Okay, I think someone has a hand up. Who is it? I can't. You can speak. Okay, no one wants to talk. So under the uniformitarianism, okay, we have plate tectonics. Plate tectonics, and I think I've ever explained plate tectonics over here. There are plates that are underlying the earth. Okay, they are literally what everything sits on the earth. The surface of the earth rests on these plates. Now, when they collide, they form mountains. When they collide and they rise, they slowly form mountains. When they collide and they go deeper, they bend, they then create valleys. Now, the process of plate tectonics take thousands, if not millions of years to take shape. And for instance, the concept of plate tectonics is what people base on to talk about how, for instance, if you look at South America, the continent of South America, where we have Brazil and what have you, the the northeastern part of South America somehow fits West Africa. If you merge it, if you sort of push it to join, you realize that it merges. And so it looked like at a point in time, the entire earth was one big continent called Pangea. You should have studied this under earth science, okay, called Pangea. Now, because of plate tectonics, which are very, very slow movements of the earth, okay, very, very slow earth processes, they then are responsible for breaking up this continent slowly. In fact, the argument is that Africa is currently undergoing this process, a very slow one, of course, around the Horn of Africa. Those who are familiar with it, the Horn of Africa. Currently, the argument is that that area is also undergoing plate tectonics. So perhaps maybe hundreds or maybe thousands of years from now, that area would also break up to form a different continent. Okay, now you get the idea behind the uniformitarianism over there, being that it is not violent because you can't even see it happening immediately. Okay, and yes, that's the whole idea, and it takes a long time for the process to fully materialize. Yes, Mr. Emmanuel.
Please, is earthquake not influenced by plate tectonics?
It is. However, the earthquakes are more, should I say, they are more immediate. Of course, it is linked to plate tectonics, but then the effects are more immediate. Okay, so in place of okay, let me say, whereas earthquakes will be for what's the name? Catastrophism, mountain formation, the formation of mountains will then be an effect of what? Uniformitarianism. I hope you are getting, because the process of mountain formation is also linked to plate tectonics. Okay, when the plates collide and they rise, nobody sees them actually taking shape in their lifetime. Okay, but slowly when they collide, they keep forming, and then it creates all the mountains that we can see today. Mr. Emmanuel, are you okay?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you, sir.
You're very much welcome. Another example of uniformitarianism is the movement of rocks through the rivers. Okay, the movements of the rocks, or erosion. Is it erosion or yeah? I think one of those processes. Okay, when rivers break down rock materials and then they transport them over long distances, and it's a very slow process, okay, and they deposit them over time to form sedimentary rocks, okay. The process of sedimentary rock formation is another example of what, okay, the process of sedimentary rock formation is another example of uniformitarianism. So at least now you have at least two of them. I hope that is clear. All right. So repeating it again, under catastrophism, you have the process volcanic eruptions,
Sir,
and then
please, we can't
flooding.
hear what you're saying. Yeah. Please,
Is
we
it
can't hear what you're
all of
saying.
you?
Yes, please.
Yes, yes, sir. We can hear.
Sincere apologies. Today's one appears to be even worse than last week's. Today's one will be better.
Okay, but sir, please, the fault is not from you alone. No. I think it's a general network problem.
Okay. Is
Hello, sir.
yes, hello. Can you hear me now?
No, we
Yes,
didn't hear
please.
anything you said just now.
I was just asking if you can hear me now. Currently, can you hear me clearly?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
we can
Yes.
hear you.
Okay. All right. So I have literally explained the process of catastrophism and uniformitarianism. I understand that the network issue is widespread. It's not just over here. So just bear with me as and when I go off. When you prompt me, I'll refresh and I'll come back. Okay. Once again, sorry. Okay. So now we are done with the process of, or the origin of continents, oceans, and then landforms. Okay. Now we are moving on to the methods of classifying plants and animals. Okay. Methods of classifying plants and animals. By the 17th century, Europe received many new plant and animal species. So let me try and summarize. Hello, Samuel, yes?
Yeah, so please could you clarify the which of the formation I mean is attributed to the continent? Your
Hello? Hello?
you just said we have twins, but you didn't make it correct continent formation.
Okay, so now your network is actually breaking. I don't know if I am the one getting the bad feedback, but your network is breaking.
No, you're not the only one. We are all hearing. Cannot hear what you say.
Correctly, you were asking. Okay, so now I am safe in knowing that it's not just my network, it is a widespread problem. So,
Yeah.
if I get his question correctly, you were asking for the difference, or yes, of the continents and oceans. They are similar because one is more or less a subset of the other. If you look at it closely, you realize that the origin of landforms are a subset of the origin of continents, for instance, because it is on the continents that you have the landforms. Okay. The two main processes, the uniformitarianism and the catastrophism, they are responsible for defining the proper, they give a clearer picture as to the formation of the continents and the oceans, and by extension, the landforms. Let me take it again. The catastrophism and the uniformitarianism, they are a more vivid explanation as to the formation of continents and oceans, and then by extension the landforms. Because if you look at it closely, catastrophism would explain why there are certain earth processes that are going on. Okay, the same as uniformitarianism explaining the formation of mountains and what have you. But you also know that in as part of catastrophism, for instance, you have the river, sorry, the floods, okay, and their effects. When the floods occurred, as at the same time those catastrophic events like the earthquakes were happening, the basins that were formed, the lower depressions that were formed, became the containers where the water was stored, what we call the oceans today. Okay, and so they are linked. They are linked. As I said, the formation of landforms are more or less a subset of the formation or the origin of continents. Mr. Samuel, are we okay? All right,
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
Sir,
Yes.
please, the classifying of plants and animals, what of fish? Fishes.
Fishes are part of animals. The fishes will
Okay.
definitely be part of animals. Madam Teresa, are we okay?
Yes, please. Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right. So the classification of plants and animals, let me try and summarize it so that we can have enough time. Yes, Madam Hilda, you were saying something? Okay. Uh, let me try and summarize it so that we can quickly move ahead to the last chapter. Now, the idea is that at a point in time, uh, people in Europe, for instance, who were more advanced technology, thinking wise, knowledge, and all of you, and what have you, they realized that there were a lot of plants and animals. Okay. And some of the plants were even related to the other, the same way certain animals are also related to the other. They also then wanted to find a way of classifying them, okay, by the physical appearance, by their biological makeup, and what have you. Okay, so this birthed the idea of the classification of plants and animals. Now, it says that one early contributor to the classification of plants and animals was a man called John Ray. Now, he proposed a plant classification in 1682, and he later expanded it to include animals. Now, his major work, The Wisdom of God Manifested in the Works of Creation, the title of the book alone should tell you the content, how it will be skewed or directed towards religious lines or Christian lines. Okay, that is, even the title alone should tell you that. Now, his book sort of laid the foundation for how classification should be done. Okay, how classification should be done. In fact, John Ray's work inspired another man called Carolus Linnaeus, a, a Swedish botanist who formalized the system of classifying organisms into classes, orders, genera, and species. So this person actually was the one who did a better work than John Ray, but his inspiration came from John Ray's work. And even to date, we know that plants and animals are classified into classes, into order, into the genus, and then into species. Now, his simple and systematic categorization of plants was published between 1735 to 1753 and helped manage the growing collection. So, plants and animals, I mean, every other day they were discovering new plant and animal species. There had to be a way of distinguishing one from the other. For instance, if you go to the class, the family of cats, for instance, a tiger is a cat, a leopard is a cat, a jaguar is a cat, a cheetah is a cat, a lion is a cat. The house cats that we have in our houses are also there. Okay, how do we differentiate between all of these types? Because even within the tiger family itself, there are types of tigers. And so this whole concept was just trying to help us categorize plants and animals into various categories that would be easy for identification. Exactly. All right. Then it says that later, a man called Lamarck emphasized the natural characteristics as the basis of classification. So whereas certain people were looking at the physical appearance to base on as the metric for classifying animals into certain categories, Lamarck emphasized natural characteristics. In fact, in 1801, he proposed that animals could develop new organs based on need and pass them to offspring. So if it happens that the food available for maybe a chicken, okay, on land is no longer abundant or is no longer there, you realize that the chicken will then, if maybe they are more used to eating grains of rice and what have you, but what is actually more abundant is grass. His idea was that eventually the chicken will develop organs that can process grass. You get the whole idea? Okay, the animals could easily develop new organs based on need, and then they will pass this need on to their offspring. They will pass these new organs on to their offspring. Okay, and he wrote a book which is written in French. I wouldn't even dare to pronounce the title of the book, but he expanded on animal evolution and adaptation. Okay, so he expanded on animal evolution and adaptation, and so he eventually laid the groundwork for uh, Charles Darwin, who we are going to study later today. Okay, because Charles Darwin came up with a theory of evolution called natural selection. So animals will then grow new organs, okay, or would then develop new traits in response to their environment. So if there was excess heat, they will have to develop a certain skin that would allow for insulation from heat. Okay, if the animals suddenly found themselves in cold areas, in polar regions, they needed to retain heat, and so their skin and their organs will look more fluffy, will have more hair, so they can store more heat within their system. And then those animals that will not be able to develop these new traits, these new organs would die. Okay, survival of the fittest, eventually, as some people termed it. Okay, those animals that were not able to adapt fully, they will die. But those that would adapt or will adjust their systems will pass down that trait to their offspring, and then the process will continue. So animals will then generate new organs or new features based on need. Theory of evolution, which, as we just said, Charles Darwin later advanced with the theory of natural selection. All right. Realizing that so many animals were in existence. For instance, the Europeans, upon the start of their exploration, I hope the Europeans, upon the age of exploration, they went to so many areas of the earth, China and Co. And they realized that they were seeing certain plant species that were similar to other areas, okay, or other types of plant and animals in other areas. Okay, the same as animals. They'll come to Africa, they will see a type of lion, they'll go. So they realized that there were variations in the species of plants and animals, which created the need for them to find a way for easy identification. So that if they should come across, they can say that, okay, so this animal might have possibly come from Africa. Exactly. And that was what they were doing up until it came to a time where Lamarck, for instance, decided to then classify on natural characteristics, saying that animals could easily develop new features over time. And these new features would be passed down to their offspring. In fact, those of them who were not able to develop the new features or traits, they would die off. Because if your system is used to processing grains of rice, and now it is grass that is available, and you've not changed your system to process grass, you would obviously die out of starvation. Those who eventually develop their systems will pass that trait on down to their offsprings, and then the process continues. I hope that is clear. All right, so we are done with the other half of the age of exploration and what have you. All right, is there any question on for this particular slide? Is there any question, any confusion? Yes, counselor.
Yeah, so please, mine is the exploration and then the naming of this classification thing. Before the Europeans came, I learned we, the native people, had our own way of naming our species as well. So I want to find out, are this highest learning, why are we not also having a theory that covers our history and naming of plants and always concentrating on the European ones?
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor, is your real name Counselor?
Please, I'm Martin.
Mr. Martin, thank you very much, Mr. Martin. So the idea is this: if you remember, I don't know if whether from the very onset, when I was explaining the entire concept of the course to you, I told you that history always favors the dominant ones. They conquered us, for instance. Who knows? Maybe they might have even copied our system of classification. But because we do not have proper documentation for what we knew as at that time, of course, you can't operations to classify it or to make something official. There must be some sort of evidence. Okay, but bear in mind, it is not just about looking at them and saying, this one looks like this one looks like that, so they might possibly be from the same or be the same thing. No. They capture some of these animals, they cut them open, they study the similarities between their systems, and then they are able to say that, okay, this one looks like this, or it's almost the same as this, but the variations then come in from maybe their physical appearance, processed food, or something. And that is why maybe a crocodile will be different from an alligator. You understand? Okay, and so I don't know. I won't presume I know everything. Okay, but the little I know is that we might have obviously had a system of classifying these plants and animals, yes, but we didn't have any documentation for them. We couldn't provide or document what we knew. And so even to date, many of us that we are all on this platform do not know the name of certain herbs or the local name of certain herbs and plants and what have you. No, we don't. There's only the neem tree, the mango tree, and the orange tree that we know. But as to the local names of some of these plants and animal species, we don't know. So most of the time you realize that you go into the village and they tell you that your grandmother is going to fetch a particular type of firewood from the forest, and you'll be wondering which type of tree or which type of wood is that, simply because that knowledge had not been documented. If it had, like what the Greeks have done, like what the Chinese had done, like what many other civilizations had done, possibly we could have been studying our system of classification as opposed to what we are studying currently. Mr. Martin, are we okay?
Yes, sir, please. I am.
Thank you very much. Barbara, I think your hand was up first. Let's attend to you, and then Christian Otu will come later.
Okay.
Sir, I've always thought that the existence of dinosaurs was fiction, but if it is not, the catastrophic event that happened and extinguished them, what happened to the human race? Because it wouldn't have just been the lives of the dinosaurs that it affected. Didn't it also wipe out the human race?
Thank you very much, Madam Barbara. So the theory is that at that time human beings were not yet in existence. Okay, that's the whole idea. The fact that as at that time,
because we have our system of naming our things, but we are always learning that of the Europeans. Or answer me the other thing. Hey, my voice is out.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, someone.
You just made mention that at that time human beings were not in existence. So who recorded that event?
Okay, so the issue is this: they come across some of these things through archaeology. Remember, when these plant and animal species die off, their remains are sort of recorded or stored in rocks. So sometimes they'll be digging a huge mountain and they'll find a skeleton of an animal. They are able to reconstruct how the animal could have looked like, and then they'll come to the conclusion that this animal was possibly a prehistoric animal like the dinosaur. Okay, and then they will be able to find the locations. These things are well documented. It is not as if I am the one possibly saying what I have on my mind. These things are well documented. Okay. Mr. Samuel, are we okay? So they do that through what we call archaeology. Archaeology. All right. Mr. Samuel, are we okay? All right. Christian. Is it Christian
Okay.
also? Christian. Yes.
I want to speak on the issue of documentation.
Okay.
I think I perfectly agree with your explanation. At a point, I was also thinking of that when the course started, because everything is about Greece, everything is about Romans. But I think we have to blame ourselves as Africans on the issue of documentation. If we did documented our processes and our lifestyle, probably we could have been studying it by now. Unfortunately, even currently, the same mistake is being repeated. So you even look at the generations and you talk to a child, sometimes it will be difficult for the child to find the relatives of the fifth or sixth or eighth generation. Yesterday, I was talking to a friend, some foods that we used to enjoy, the kamfu and some of the things. Now, children don't know it. Nobody is even taking a picture of it because you should be aware that currently the way the global system is changing, people spraying chemicals, weedicides, herbicides, some of these things are extinguishing. And if you don't document them and take pictures of the existing ones, there will come a time where we will not be able to tell our children, we will not be able to show pictures to our children. So on the issue of documentation, I think you explain it right. We can't blame it on the Europeans. We have to blame it on ourselves. And the current generation, we should start documenting things now.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. So the idea is this: another typical example to support the real effect of poor documentation. Okay, let me give you an example. In 2021, I don't know, but perhaps a number of you may have taken part in the census processes that the government organized. Okay, one thing that was very common was that you go to many of these rural areas, even some areas in the cities, and parents do not know the ages of their own children. They have to be calling their children to find out, now akwesi wey dey say, yeah, what do you understand? This speaks volumes as to how we manage information as a country. okay, and by extension as a people, because you cannot base on oral narration that you go and tell your son, maybe a man who is into herbs, okay, curing of sicknesses with herbs, for instance, would go and tell or take his son to the farm and show him that this is this, this is that, this is this, this is that. The son will know, but may not know everything, because on a day that the father does not take him to see that particular plant species, he will not know that this thing can cure this sickness. So he only knows what his father or some of what his father knows. But if the father or the father's father, for instance, had documented that when you see this plant, this is what it does. When you see a plant with these features, this is what it does. Whoever comes after that grandfather may not even have to go into the bush to see it. But once he or she sees something like that, okay, anywhere, he or she can know that this is what my grandfather was referring to. And that system was not was not present in our tradition. So whereas other people were practicing written culture, we were practicing oral culture, passing our traditions down in the form of oral narrations. I think two hands are up, Stephen and Dauda. So let's listen to Stephen very briefly so that we can move on to the next chapter. Yes, Stephen.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, with regards to the extinction of the dinosaurs, I think the archaeologists they are still finding evidence that those times they were human beings, but they were giant human beings. Because recently they made some findings in Egypt showing some skeletal parts of giant human beings. So human beings were there, but they think that they were giants,
Okay.
not like
I
us
know what
those
you're
days.
referring to. Yes. Yes. So I know what you are referring to. What you are referring to is the things around the ice ages. Okay, I understand. But the issue is this: the time of the dinosaurs extinction is way in existence or way precedes the era of the ice age. Around that particular, not really in existence. But anyway, don't take my word for it. Let's all go and read and find out and be sure of what we are all saying. But thank you, Stephen, for your contribution. Yes, Dauda. Okay, let's move. All right. Uh, do not. But before we move on to the lecture or the last lecture, I heard someone passing a comment. Unfortunately, the person didn't know he or she was loud, that I didn't answer the question well. But actually, after us answering your question, I asked you, "Are you okay?" And you said yes. And then you are still on the line saying that I didn't answer your question well. Please, we are all adults. Okay. If it happens that you realize a question was not answered properly or you are not comfortable with an answer, all you have to do is to prompt me. I didn't really get this well. I didn't really understand this well. Then I address it for you. But if you stand behind and you say other things, it appears you are undermining whatever we are doing here. But I always try to answer every question, even those that I don't know. I tell you point blank, I do not know. Okay. I see that the person has raised their hand. It's not, I am not even trying to attack or anything. So I wouldn't even allow you to speak. We'll just move on to what we are supposed to do for the lecture 5. Okay. So I think the time now is 8:33. We wouldn't give time for break today because we have a lot today after chapter 5. We will still have to go through the the last thing, which is the questions. Okay, the sample questions or the exam questions that I have for you. Okay, So without wasting much time, we'll quickly go to the chapter 5. All right. So thank you for your, at least at this point, the line is not really breaking. Okay. Now, from about 4 weeks ago till today, we've been trying to draw the timeline for geographic thoughts, or reliving the era of geographic thoughts. Those who have been really listening might have been seeing or observing the changes in the different eras, okay, starting from the classical civilization era of geography, where we had the Greeks and the Romans. All that they did, even with the little technology and information that was available at that time, they were able to do a lot. Then we came to the medieval or the Middle Age. The Christians, the Muslims, and the Chinese were more dominant. And we also observed the various things that they were able to do, especially the Christians and the Muslims. Okay. Today we are going to look at the modern geography. Now, the modern geography, although it says modern, it doesn't necessarily mean it even started in 2000. It started years ago, hundreds of years ago, and it is still in operation till today. Okay. However, certain things that you are going to see here would make you realize that indeed they were living in some more modern times based on the way they were thinking, the sort of things they were doing. Okay, you realize that they were indeed living, or this sparked the modern age of geography. Now, the modern period of geography began in the latter part of the 19th century. So somewhere within the 1800s down to the 1900s to the 2000s. That is where we have the 19th century. Now, this is distinguished by the appearance of the professional field called geography. Okay, you realize that this thing has been molded, which is very important, meaning that way all before this era, nobody could actually hit their chest and say, I am a geographer, because you have not gone to school to study geography. Okay, but within the era of the modern geography, there was a professional field called geography. That is a field of study in which trained students could earn a living by being geographers. You get a distinction. So as we're talking about people like Eratosthenes, Hipparchus, and what have you, some of them were just saying they were mathematicians, they were traders, they were this, they were that, they were this, they were that. None of them was an actual geographer, although they indirectly contributed massively to geography. Okay, but around this time, people could actually call themselves geographers because one, they had gone to school to study geography, and then two, because they were practicing as what geographers. Now, this constituted a study in progression from a subject matter to a discipline, to profession, and then to its dispersal. So, usually, okay, before we even get to this part, a question that usually comes up that I have ever seen as part of your section A would be for you to talk about the four main reasons why the year 1859 is regarded as a very important year in geography. So if you have a pen and a paper, I want you to write some four things down. Why the year 1859 is considered important to geography. First of all, it is the year in which a man called Alfred Hettner was born in that year. A man called Alfred Hettner was born in the year 1859. A man called Alfred Hettner was born in the year 1859. Secondly, a man called Carl Ritter. Carl Ritter. That is, let me first spell the Alfred Hettner for you. That is Alfred. You already know how to spell Alfred. and the Hetna is spelled Hettner. Hettner. That is Alfred Hetner. He was born in the year 1859. A man called Carl Ritter died in the year 1859. Carl Ritter is spelled Carl Carl, that is Carl, and then Ritter is spelled Ritter. Okay, that is the second reason. The third reason is the emergence of Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. The emergence of Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. And then the last reason was also the death of a man called Humboldt. Humboldt is spelled Humboldt. Humboldt. That is Humboldt. Okay, so four reasons why the year 1859 is considered important to geography, and even the year in which modern geography is thought of, could have taken full swing.
Hello,
Okay.
sir.
Yes, hello.
Please, the third one and the fourth one, I didn't hear it, so please, if you can repeat
All right.
So,
All
so
right.
we will even beg for you to repeat everything. Sorry.
All right. So the first reason, I'll say it again. So let me say it like this. So before we get to it, so two people died in the year 1859. Okay, one person was born in 1859, and then someone's book also was published in 1859. So the two people who died, okay, you can rearrange them. It's not like they are fixed in order. You can rearrange them. It all happened in the same year. So the two people who died, number one, Carl Ritter. Carl Ritter died in the year 1859. Carl Ritter, he died in the year 1859. Humboldt, he also died in the year 1859. Alexander von Humboldt, he died in the year 1859. Then a man called Alfred Hetner, he was born in 1859. Alfred Hetner was born in 1859. And then Charles Darwin's Origin of Species, the book that he wrote, The Origin of Species, it was published, or it was introduced in the year 1859. Were you all able to get it?
Yes,
Great.
sir.
Hello, sir.
All right.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Yes,
Please
hello.
kindly assist me with the Charles Darwin, the spelling, please.
The Darwin is spelled Darwin. Darwin.
Thank you, please.
All right. Okay, so let's
Sir,
go
please,
to the
is it origin of speeches or species?
species.
Okay.
Species.
CIES. Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right. Now, so now we are going to look at the contributions of various important individuals, just as we did for the classical era, the medieval era. We are going to do the same for the modern geographical era. Now, the first person we are going to look at is a man called Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant. Now, he was one major German philosopher, and he lived between the years 1724 to 1804. And you remember how I asked you to study or to these people, okay, their introduction, looking at the year they were born, their names, of course, the country in which they were born, the profession that they also did, okay, for your introduction. Then in your body, you talk about their contributions. Okay, and then you try and find a suitable conclusion for them. All right. Now, he was a major German philosopher who, as well as being one of the world's most important philosophers, was a teacher of. Around this time, you are seeing that someone is actually being called a geographer, unlike previously where they would just possibly be philosophers or mathematicians and what have you. Are actually being called what? Geographers. Now, he lectured in geography for 40 years between 1756 and 17. So these 2 points, for instance, would form part of his what? His introduction. Now, Immanuel Kant distinguished between two things. Refers to an external reality, the world beyond the individual mind. The individual mind, and then phenomena, on the other hand, refers to the appearance of the world, the way we know the world through perception. Okay, so let me break these two concepts or these two terms down for you. So the term noumena refers to the world beyond the individual mind. For instance, nobody, okay, by large, nobody, and what have you, okay, angels or God or devils or demons before. All right. The idea is that all those things are beyond the individual mind. We can't understand it because we don't really know them. In the way of represent white light wearing things are there, but they are not things that we can understand with our mind. Okay, Catholics, for instance, you call them mysteries. Okay, even the word at large, you call them mysteries because they are beyond the individual mind. Issues about the spirits, about ghosts, about things like that. They are beyond the individual mind, and so Kant classified all of those things that we can't fully grasp or understand. Okay, God, the concept of God, Satan, and what have you. All of those things are ideologies. They are real things that people think about, and they don't even, as Christians will say, you can't understand God and his ways. Okay, so all of those things we classify them as what? Noumena. Now, phenomena, for instance, on the other hand, will be the things that we can actually see and touch. Okay, and literally then understand through our individual mind. So literally the opposite of phenomena. For instance, you pick up a phone and someone is speaking on the other end, and you are able to distinguish between, or you are able to identify who exactly is speaking on the for the name. And this happens. Sometimes your child or your mother or your father, your siblings may call you with a different number that you don't know. But you pick up the phone, and the moment the person says hello, you are able to tell that this is who the person is through the process of what? Perception. So now cast your mind back to all those things that we studied under chapter 1. As I always tell you, everything that we are doing in this course is linked. Every is linked to one another. And so you remember what we did under perception. Okay, the 3 geographic questions we had, what is it like, what does it mean, and where is it? You remember under what is it like, we had concept and percept. The concept, for instance, will be for the number through the mind, whereas in this case, the noumena is actually the world beyond the individual mind. We can't be able to visualize it properly. Okay, that is noumena. But in the phenomena, for instance, it is similar to what we call the percept. Okay, trying to understand the world through our senses. You know a dog is a dog before. Please give me a minute. Okay. Yeah, Martin. Yes, sir. No, no, no. Never used projector before. All right. Where you reach? No, I seen where you reach the call the you do it the modern geography finish. All right, sure. All right. All right, sure. All right. So as I was saying, the the nominal and the phenomena. Nominal is usually the things that are beyond the individual mind, okay, or things that we try to understand through our thinking, through the mind. We try to conceive thoughts, so a concept. You get it? And then we have the phenomena on the other hand, which refers to the appearance of the world, the physical appearance of the world, how we know it through perception. You know, a coconut tree is different from a palm tree because you know what the two of them do and the sort of fruits they all bear. Okay, although they have similar tree structure and everything, you know the difference between them. You understand? You know a dog is a dog because you have ever seen a dog before. You know this is your mother's voice, this is your father's voice because you have ever heard it before. But for something like or someone like God, who none of us have seen before, you meet a man on the street, you wouldn't know if this is God or this is not God. You understand? I mean, as to how and why we say that treat everybody equally because you don't know who you are coming across and what have you. Okay. The idea is that you've not ever encountered any of these things before, so it is even difficult for you to think about them. Please, I hope that the distinction between nomina and phenomena is very well made. All right,
Yes, sir.
great. All right. Now, a number of phenomena in okay, Stephen, yes, go ahead.
Sir, please, is astronomy under nominal or phenomenon?
So astronomy, for instance, will be part of nominal because the fact that people are trying to communicate with their dead relatives and what have you in that spur of the moment, whether it is the whoever was doing the communication, whether it is a figment of their own imagination or whether they were really speaking to your dead parents or simply they were just speaking to one devil somewhere who is trying to interfere in your communication or they were even communicating with God, nobody knows. Okay, and so it is beyond the human mind. If it was compare communicating with your living parents and communicating with a devil, sorry, a spirit, for instance, you can see that the distinction is quite there. Okay, so astronomy will form part of phenomena. All right. Okay. Now, a number of phenomena in Kant's thinking forms the basis of our perception of all other things. So literally, he's trying to tell you that you learn from the known to the unknown. Is that clear? You learn from the known to the unknown. Let me give you an example. As part of the classification of plants and animals, okay, of course, definitely when the Europeans came, they might have seen a particular type of lion before. They came to Africa and they saw another animal that looked like a lion. They didn't know it was a lion, of course. It looked like a lion because it had the type of hair the lion had, the appearance, the tail, the hair around its neck, the physical structure. They go to India, they see a similar thing. They go to Asia or China, they see a similar thing. Okay. Then they are able to learn from the known to the unknown in the context that if this is what is present in Europe as a lion, and all of these things also look like a lion, possibly they are lions. I hope you understand. And so a number of phenomena, remember the phenomena are things that you can see and touch. Literally the actual appearance of the world as we know it through perception. Remember, perception is done through the senses, the sight, the smell, the feel, the taste, and the touch. Okay, once we are able to perceive things in a particular way, we are then able to classify other things because we know what they could be. I hope you are getting the whole idea. All right. Now, Kant's belief that space and time were fundamental categories through which we perceive the world gave geography and history particular importance in the hierarchy of knowledge. So Kant was a man who also understood the concept of space and time very, very, very well. Space was linked to geography, whereas time was linked to what? History. As I say, it's a geography covered space, whereas history covered time. And the idea was that space referred to location. And whenever you are studying space or you are studying location, you are literally doing what? Geography. When you are studying a particular place in the world, a particular location in the world, you are doing geography. But the moment you attribute the time factor, okay, so when we were, just as some of you were asking very important questions about the dinosaurs and what have you, okay, we kept referring to time. They existed long ago, millions of years ago. All of those things are time. And the very moment you bring in the time factor, you are referring to what? History. This should also draw your attention to chapter 2 when we're talking about Herodotus being the father of what? Historical geography. Okay, all right. Now, Aristotle's belief that anything that exists has to exist somewhere. I want you to take particular attention to this particular word, somewhere. Anything that exists has to exist somewhere. Location. Okay. Anything that exists somewhere anything that exists, okay, has to exist somewhere. So the idea is that geography came before history came. Okay, anything that exists now must have existed somewhere. Modifiers, you can go ahead.
Sir, is it Aristotle or Kant? Because we are under Kant.
So
Yes.
we are, yes, or I understand we are talking about Kant, but remember, all of these people usually build their ideas and their knowledge from other people. So Kant, although if you read, it starts from this side, okay, but he is literally accepting or building on Aristotle's belief that anything that exists now must have existed somewhere. Okay, so I hope that is clear. So the idea is that anything that exists now, okay, let me put it there. Anything that exists now refers to time. So we have the past, the present, and the future. So yesterday, now, tomorrow. And then we by that alone, we know that now is what is attributed to time. I hope you are getting it. So now refers to time. And then it says that anything that exists now must have existed. So which means that somewhere literally came before the now. I know it is a little philosophical, but stay with me. You would understand it. Exist now must have existed somewhere. So which means that the somewhere came before the now. Which means that due to what? The concept of the now. You understand? It means that geography then came before history.
So, sir,
I hope you understand.
it means that there is nothing new. Before anything will exist, that thing has already existed before.
Or literally, even geographic or not, we actually know that nothing is literally new on the surface of different process that result in new like things, but nothing is really new. John, are we okay?
Yes,
Or you were
sir.
not the one that asked the question?
Yeah, I'm the one that add to what we were explaining.
I think your line is breaking. Let me retake it again before we move on. Aristotle's belief that anything that exists now must have existed somewhere, and therefore the somewhere came first. So geography, which is linked to where, remember, when we talk about where, we are talking about location. And so the somewhere came first. So geography came before history. Also, it's also reflected in Kant's ontology or ideology. So, Modifa, I hope I have answered your question. Yes.
Yes,
History
please.
happens in space, and therefore geography is the substratum of all knowledge. History happens in space, in location, and therefore geography is the substratum of all knowledge. This means that geography is basically the fundamental or the basic level where everything happens. Everything that we know in this world is based on geography. Every single thing. If you want to talk about medicine, okay, definitely, or population, just as we discussed even in chapter 1. If you cast your mind back, chapter 1, we went into this very detailed. Okay, geography more or less provides the fundamental basis upon which all knowledge of the world is based on. Okay, as it says here, the first part of knowledge of the world is what? Geography. I hope to this point we are okay. All right. This part for the last time is a little complex. So I will take my time very, very slowly to break it down for you. If you don't understand, please do not hesitate to draw my attention. All right. Now, to Kant, geography is divided into subfields, among which physical geography provides the basis for all other geographies. So within geography, there is physical geography, and then there is human geography. But in physical geography, it sets or it provides the types of geographies. And so, according to him, he developed a set of other subfields of geography, and they were five in number. They were five in number. Please, they were five in number. We have mathematical geography, moral geography, political geography, commercial geography, and theological geography. So for Kant, geography can be divided into subfields, okay, which are uh, mathematical, moral, political, commercial, and then theological geography. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is that okay? All right. Now, Kant also distinguished between scales of knowledge in a way that more or less follows the divisions outlined by Varinius. Yes, Samuel, go ahead.
So you said can't break. Is this physical geography that was break down into five, or another field aside the physical geography?
It is physical geography that has been broken down into 5 different fields.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Geographer. So according to physical geography can be broken down into the 5 other subfields. Someone else raised their hand up. Mr. Samuel, are we okay?
Yes, I'm okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, so thank you. Someone else raised their hand. Was it Stephen? All right, let's move on. Now, Kant also distinguishes between the scales of knowledge in a way that more or less follows the divisions outlined by Varinius. Geography was a description of the whole world. Chorography. Okay, yes, Emmanuel, yes, go ahead.
Okay, sir, please, sorry, I was having a network challenge. Please, with the first contribution concerning the space and time, taking reference from geography and history, can we say that he showed the interrelation between history and geography, then he used that one to explain the space and time? Thank you, sir.
Exactly, sir. You can do that because that was literally what he did. Geography and history are linked. If not for anything, we know this from Herodotus and his contribution to geography. Okay, but Immanuel Kant, for instance, went a step deeper or a step further by linking geography to space and history to time, and then further explaining that definitely if anything exists now, it means that it must have existed somewhere, okay, somewhere at a point in time, okay, and therefore somewhere might have or should have come before now or before time. And so geography comes before time. And then by extension, he then concluded that geography is the substratum of all knowledge, meaning that geography is the first part of knowledge of the whole world. So before you understand any other thing, you are first obliged to understand what's geography, which is true because if you want to understand population of a place, okay, you see the exact word I use, population of a place. You can't just understand population in isolated terms. You have to attribute population to a particular place. So the population of Africa, population of West Africa, then population of Ghana. And in all of that, you are doing what? Geography. So, Mr. Emmanuel, are we okay?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Geography was the description of the whole world. Okay, so according to Immanuel Kant, when we said or when he came across the word geography, he attributed it to the description of the whole earth or the whole world. Okay, whereas choreography, please, it's not choreography, the one that your school children dance on our day and in the churches. No, this one is choreography. This is the description of regions. So whereas geography will describe the whole earth, choreography will describe what's say West Africa or Ghana. So let's use West Africa as a region of the world, okay? And then topography will then describe places. So when you go into Ghana, what is the landscape of Ghana? What is the topography of Ghana? There are places that are mountainous. There are places that are flat. There are places that are valleys. You get the whole idea. So geography is broad. It's very, very broad in the broader sense, like the description of the whole world. Choreography will go a step deeper by defining the description of a region, like West Africa, like Asia, like North and South America, like Europe. Okay, and then topography will describe what places. So when you go into the location into detail, what are you going to see there? I hope that is clear. All right. Physical geography as a term was commonly used in Kant's time, and it included not only the features of the earth, produced by natural processes, but also the races of humankind and the changes of the face of the earth resulting from human action. So according to Kant, or in his time, okay, physical geography was more or less the features of the earth produced by natural processes. So earthquakes and what they imply for the surface of the earth, volcanic eruptions and their implications or effects on the earth. Okay, but Immanuel Kant around this time decided to go a step deeper to look at how human beings, okay, through our activities or our actions, effect certain changes on the surface of the earth. Okay, and this is how a concept like the agents of erosion through human actions, through farming, through mining, and what have you, because all of these actions have an impact on the surface of the earth. Is that okay? So according to Kant, physical geography went beyond the mere earth processes that occur and resulting from natural processes. That is the distinction. Previously, physical geography might have been features of the earth produced through natural processes. but he went a step deeper to include what? Human action and how it affects the surface of the earth. Is that okay? All right. Kant also found the subject geography as inadequately covered, and so he devoted a great deal of attention to assembly and organization of material from a wide variety of sources, and also considered and also to the consideration of a number of specific problems. For example, the deflection of wind direction resulting from the Earth's rotation. So this is one of his contributions. Okay, wind movement or air circulation, which you might have studied under physical geography. Air circulation or air movement. Okay, where warm air rises and then moves through the latitudes all the way to the poles, where it gets cold and then comes back for the warm air to go back. That's air circulation. So Kant also thought about that particular issue. Now, Kant also came up with two classifications. He came up with two classifications. He says that he pointed out that things can be grouped or classified into two different ways for the purposes of studying them. Okay, number one, he had something we call logical classification, and number two, he had physical classification. Now he said that logical classification, they are the things that are similar because of similar origin, regardless of where they occur or when they occur. So when you see two things that are of similar origin, I'm sure it is logical classification because when you think about it, the fact that they are made of the same substance or they are from the same origin means that they are similar. And so he called it what? Logical classification. An example can be ice and water. Ice is usually found at the poles or glaciers or what have you. Okay, the North Pole and the South Pole, where you have more liquid water in the form of the oceans and the rivers somewhere. Which is H2O, two molecules of hydrogen and then one molecule of oxygen. The basic material of which they are composed is the same. Or different places, it is, and so he classified it as what? Logification. On the other hand, grouping things of diverse character and origin together simply because they occur at the same place or the same time is called what? Physical classification. Okay, when you go into a forest, we say it is a forest, and the general idea is that it is made up of trees. But you go into a forest and you realize that in the forest there are trees, yes. There are different types of trees. There are animals. There are water bodies. Okay, there are rocks. All of these four things are made up of different materials. They are from different origins. Plants are made of different things. Animals are made of different things. Water in the form of rivers or streams are made of different things. And the rocks and the sand are also made of what? Different things. But the mere fact that at that point in time, all of those things can be found at a particular place, at a particular time, okay, the same time and the same place, they are called what? Physical classification. Please, I hope that is very, very clear to you, okay? The logical classification is simply classifying things that are of similar origin, okay? They may be present at the same place, they may be present at different places, but simply because they are of the same origin, of the same material, Okay, you call them what? Logical classification. On the other hand, you have things that are of different or diverse character, different origin. Okay, but simply because they are found at the same place and the same time, they are called physical classification. This is that clear?
Please, example on physical classification again. I
So
think if you needed.
the example for the physical classification I gave was that you take a forest, for instance, you go into the forest and you have trees there, different species of trees. You have animals there, different variety of animals. You have water bodies there. It could be a river, it could be a stream, it could be a lake, what have you. You have rocks there, you have sand there. These things are of different origins, different basic materials. But the mere fact that all of these things are found at the same place and at the same time, we classify it as what? Physical classification. Okay, and in that context, we call it what? A forest. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm okay.
All right. All right. I don't know if someone's camera is on. I think your colleagues are asking you to turn your camera off. So please, if you can hear, please turn your camera off. All right. Now, a description or classification of things in terms of time is history, and a description or classification of things is called what? Geography. And we have gone through this severally. Okay, so let's get a quick recap of Immanuel Kant. We said that Immanuel Kant was a major German philosopher who at a point in time even lectured in what? Physical geography. In fact, he actually taught physical geography for how many years? For 40 years. Now, among the various things that he did, he argued that physical geography, for instance, should not only concern itself with natural processes and the features that they create on the earth, but should also concern itself with what? Human actions and their effect on the surface of the earth. He also tried to establish the relationship between history and geography by attributing them to space and time, respectively, arguing that something that exists now must have existed somewhere, and definitely the somewhere comes first. And so geography then comes before history. And by extension, he concluded that geography then is a substratum of all knowledge, literally saying that geography provides the background for which you can understand almost every other subject or every other discipline. He went ahead to divide physical geography into component parts. Okay, for clarity's sake, I would like to say that he actually divided geography, not physical geography. Okay, he divided geography, not physical geography. So I think, was it Stephen also, he asked that question. For clarity's sake, he divided geography into 5 different sub-disciplines, where we have the mathematical, the moral, commercial, and what have you. Okay, and then he went ahead to then come up with 2 classifications, classifying things into logical or physical classification. And we've gone into detail as for the logical classification and then the physical classification. Someone is saying the network is not good. Is it still the same thing everywhere, or some of you can hear me clearly?
It's
We
better.
can
Some
hear
of
you,
us
sir.
Yes,
can
sir.
hear you.
Mine went off. I just rejoined.
Okay, so I think maybe the network has stabilized for me a little now. So, Madam Selina, if possible, you can just refresh and come back. I'm sure maybe when you do that, it will be better. Okay, all right. Someone is asking, why did history accord him with?
Sir.
Yes. Yes, Stephen. Yes, Stephen, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Sir, please, how many subdivisions of geography did Immanuel Kant recognize in the 18th century?
How many can you see?
Say 5.
Yes, so it's 5.
Yes, but sir, there's this person, they didn't bring 5. So I was contemplating. I don't know.
We will address that soon. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, sure. Okay. Someone is asking if we can touch a bit on the logical. Hey, God. For the sake of time, we have to move on because we have a lot of things to do today. So, Razak, please, the lecture will be recorded. And still, I'm still getting the view that some of you don't have access to the recorded slide. Please contact the rest of your colleagues. If I don't know if Emmanuel, Joshua Mate is here, Stephen, if you have access to the slides, please, the recorded lecture on YouTube also, try and put your contact on the platform so that your colleagues can get access to it. Thank you very much, Stephen. All right. So we are moving on to Alexander von Humboldt. Okay. All right. Now, you remember the 4 reasons why we said 1859 is important to geography. Okay. You see the year that has been stated here, 1859, the death of Alexander von Humboldt and Karl Ritter. Now, he and Karl Ritter lived and worked in Berlin for more than 30 years and both died in the same year. Many writers refer to Humboldt and Karl Ritter as the founders of modern geography. So you understand, you are now getting an understanding as to why 1859 is considered important to geography. All right. Now, his father was an officer in the Prussian army, and he died when Humboldt was 10 years old. In 1789, he went to the University of Göttingen, where he studied physics, philology, and archaeology, which are philology and archaeology are literally aspects of geography. And after exploring throughout South America, Humboldt traveled to the United States. So at least now we are seeing more modern countries and continents, as opposed to the Greek and now we are seeing more modern countries like United States, where he met with President Jefferson and other prominent scholars. Now he settled in France, where he began to write his 30-volume work, the Voyage aux Régions. So the travels of regions, literally. Okay, all right. So all of this will literally form part of his introduction. There is no explanation for these ones. Now, he wrote another book, or his last publication was called The Cosmos. And this book pulled together all the scientific and conceptual discoveries of his life. Remember, at a point in time, he also traveled from one place to the other, eventually getting to the United States. Okay. And so therefore he must have, of course, encountered a lot of things. He summarized all of those things into his book called The Cosmos. And in this book, he made it clear that geographers should be concerned not only describing and analyzing the impact of nature on people, but also the role of human beings in shaping places on the Earth's surface. This statement, I have seen it come or pop up somewhere before. A word to the wise is enough. So this statement is very profound. It is almost similar to the statements or the contribution of Immanuel Kant to geography. But in this case, Humboldt is saying that geographers, not necessarily physical geography, okay, geographers should not only be concerned with how the natural environment impacts human beings, but also how the role of human beings shape the environment. Okay, so essentially he's trying to establish the interrelationship. I hope you are writing something down. He's trying to establish the interrelationship between human beings and the environment. Human beings and the environment. That is what he's essentially trying to do. Geographers should not only be concerned with the impact of nature on people, because that was what the pre-geographic thought was all about, how human beings are impacted by volcanic eruptions, what have you. But time and again, they have come to understand that human beings actually have a much more profound impact on the environment. There must be a way of emphasizing the relationship between human beings and the environment, such that it is a two-way street. It is not a one-way affair or relationship where it is also impact the surface of the earth. Now, he also sought answers to a great variety of specific questions, for the general picture of the distribution of average temperatures in the world in relation to the distribution of continents and oceans. He also attempted to define the effect of altitude of tropical mountain animals and man. So to emphasize the interrelationship between the natural environment and human beings. Okay, he says that he did this on the basis of personal observation in tropical America, brought or add the usage of personal Aristotle, if you remember. Okay. Now, since he did not restrict himself to the study of physical, biotic, or cultural processes in isolation, his contribution to the substantive fields are usually considered minimal. With George Foster, he laid the groundwork for the study of plant geography, but he is not listed by botanists or zoologists as a major contributor to their field. So he was not really considered a specialized geographer, okay, because he did a lot in other areas, but he was in fact a geographer, a general geographer, because he asked about the interconnections, okay, the interrelationships and interconnections among things and events of diverse origin, sweeping aside the then growing barriers among disciplines to get a last majestic view of the cosmos book. So he was just more concerned with establishing the interrelationship between various things on the surface of the earth. All right. Okay. So that was generally what Immanuel Kant did. His most important contribution, Alexander von Humboldt, his most important contribution was the statement that he made that geographers should not only concern themselves with how the natural environment impacts human beings, but also how human actions and human activities also shape the surface of the earth. Okay, all right. Now, we move on to Carl Ritter. Okay, and it says that he was born in 1779, 10 years after Humboldt, although they both died in the same year. Now, a German schoolmaster named Christian Salzmann was finding experiment with the radical innovations in educational methods then being proposed. He wanted a child who had never been exposed to the traditional methods and could be trained from the beginning by new pedagogical procedures. And the person he selected was Carl Ritter. So he became a geographer by selection. Now, repeatedly that he was teaching a new scientific geography. In contrast to the traditional lifeless summary of facts about countries and cities mingled with all sorts of scientific incongruities. So Carl Ritter started a more radical form of geography sought to quantify things rather than the mere description. If you look at all that people were doing before his time, from the Greeks to the Romans, the Christians, the Muslims, the Chinese, and what have you, even to the Europeans as part of the early explorations, much of what they were doing were mere description. A little quantification went in there, but not much. Okay, but he sought to do a more rigorous form of geography, and he called it what a new scientific geography. Now, his scientific geography was based on the concept of unity in diversity, which he had developed for himself at an early age. His purpose was not just to make an inventory of the things that occupy segments of the earth. Rather, he sought to understand the interconnections and the causal interrelations that make aerial associations was cohesive. Okay, so similar to what his predecessors did, everybody is trying to establish an interconnection or an interrelationship between things on the surface of the earth, because they understand that things do not exist in isolation. The natural environment is not so different from the human environment because they are linked. And so just as Immanuel Kant did, just as Alexander von Humboldt did, Carreta is also emphasizing the same thing. Now, to refer to the new scientific geography, he made use of the word earth science. Okay, the German equivalent has been provided here. I'm not going to attempt it, but earth science, which we are studying today. And those of you who are, and I believe all of you are studying earth science now, and so you realize that earth science is a little more advanced than physical geography. You are studying the same thing literally, but the concepts are a little deeper, a little more complex, and that is essentially what he was advocating for. Not just saying that the earth spins on its axis and causes day and night, but how do those things influence human activities, and how do human activities also influence the environment in return? Is that clear? Now, Carreta insisted that geography should be empirical. Something that is empirical means that it should advance from observation to observation in the search for general laws, and not from preconceived opinion to hypothesis to then observation. So all the way going to talk about Plato and Aristotle's view of the world, if you remember very clearly in chapter 2. Okay, so whereas one person will get a preconceived opinion, it's like you already have an opinion in your mind before you go out to go and test it. No, Carreta is actually advocating from observation to observation. So you first observe something, you go and re-observe it elsewhere, and then you try to draw conclusion rather than having a preconceived opinion, developing a hypothesis, and then to observation. As to which of them is ideal and is correct, it is always up for debate, as we did when we were talking about Plato and Aristotle. But this is what he advocated for empirical observation. Is that clear? All right. Now, Carreta urged a more exact scientific foundation for comparative geographical analysis relating to its political units and to natural regions. So the moment you see anything analysis in there, it means that some levels of quantification are going in there. Some levels of numbers are going in there. Is that clear? All right. Now, Carreta's search for unity in diversity also led him to make use of regional approach to geography rather than the systematic study of individual features. So instead of studying things in isolation, he sort of grouped things according to regions and then he studied them. So a regional approach rather than the individual approach. Now, following the philosophers Immanuel Kant, Johann Gottfried, Carreta saw in all his geographical studies the evidence of God's plan. So, similar to what the Christians were doing, he also saw or attributed a little religion, okay, to geography. Now, he argued that Asia represents the sunrise. Here, the early civilizations originated. Okay, in fact, when you go to the country of Japan, they call it the land of the rising sun, because the sun rises where in the east. And where is Asia found? To the east. Okay, and his argument is that in Asia, that was where the early civilization started. And yes, indeed, it is true, because in fact, the earlier civilization, or what we call the Mesopotamian civilization, started where? In Asia, somewhere in the Middle East currently. Okay, the Chinese civilization is also in there, but the major one was the Mesopotamian civilization. Okay, and this originated in Asia. Now, Africa represents moon. So whereas Asia was the sun rises in the east and then moves on, and by noon, it settles in Africa. Now, something funny happens over here, because he says that because of the smoothness of the outline as well as the uniformity of climate, the inhabitants are induced to slumber and shun outside contact. So literally, he's saying Africans are lazy because of the sort of climate that we have. Our climate is not as extreme as the Europeans, as the people around the poles. Okay, it is conducive enough for sleep and relaxation. And so we are prone to sleep and slumber, and we also shun outside contact. Someone is saying it is very true. Interesting. Now, lastly, he says that Europe is especially designed to bring out man's greatest accomplishments. So whereas the Asians were important for the formation of early civilizations, okay, Africans are lazy people, and then Europeans were designed to bring out man's greatest accomplishments, because it represents sunset or the end of the day. The culmination of development is found here, which to an extent is a little true, because I mean, much of the world's development comes from Europe. Okay, even before America came into being, Europe was there. A lot of the developments that we know today originated from Europe. So this is the arrangement of the continent as Carreta saw. Someone says everything favors Europe and America. Well, if your forefathers, for instance, had documented what they know, who knows? Who knows? But this was what they came to meet, and history favors the dominant people. And so the effect is what we see today. All right. So then we go to the fourth contributors to geography. Remember, we started with Immanuel Kant. Okay, the German philosopher, stroke physical geographer, and all that he did. Then we came to Alexander von Humboldt and his most important how the environment impacts human activities, but also how human activities impact the natural environment. And all that he did, also taking the footsteps of his predecessors. But then he decided to pick a more radical stance in geography, and he termed it geography. And he also sort of introduced earth science, which is a little more detailed form of the physical geography that his predecessors development of modern discipline of geography was exerted by the theories of evolution. And the key figures here are Charles Darwin,
He went off.
I went off. Am I back now?
Yes, please. Yes. So please, if you can take that point
You
again.
last hear me. Was it a general problem? Was it a general problem, or it was just one person?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
General,
General problem. Okay.
I think that was when you were
So
summarizing
what I did at
Karate's
that time was
contribution.
okay. So what I was doing was to sort of draw a linkage between or recap what we've done so far under the modern geographers. Can you all hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. So we started with Immanuel Kant. Started as a philosopher, a physical geographer, in fact, lecturing for over 40 years in physical geography, and then all the impacts and the contributions that he made. Okay. Then we came to Alexander von Humboldt, and we said that one of the most important contributions to geography came from him in the form of the statement geographers should not only concern themselves with um, the impact of the natural environment or the natural world on human beings, but also how human activities also shape the surface of the earth. Okay, you remember that he was not really a specified geographer, where unlike Immanuel Kant, it was clearly stated he was a physical geographer. Alexander von Humboldt, on the other hand, was dabbling in almost everything. He does little bits of everything. In fact, it says that he even at a point in time was considered part of plants classification and what have you. Okay, but he was considered a geographer because he sought to address the interconnection of things. Okay, the interconnection and interrelation of things, essentially the human and environment interrelationship. And then came Carl Ritter, who also brought up a new scientific study of geography as opposed to the mere description of cities and countries that many of the predecessors were doing. He even went ahead to also talk about the interrelationships and the interconnections of things on the surface of the earth. He also went ahead to project the arrangement of the continent according to God's plan. Exactly how that arrangement was according to God's plan, I don't know. But then he said Asia was the land of the rising sun, where the early civilizations started. Then came Africa when the sun reached the moon. And because of the smoothness of the climate and the outline, we were induced to slumber and to reject or shun outside company. Okay. And then lastly, the sun would then set where in Europe, where it accomplishments. And so the Europeans were the most advanced of people. Mr. Joshua, your microphone is on. I would, Joshua Marty, if you can please put it off so that the interference would. Thank you. Now we come to Darwin and Lamarck. And we said that Charles Darwin was born in 1809 and he was a naturalist. Okay. He is renowned for his theory of evolution. And I hope you know the difference between evolution and revolution. Who can give us the difference between evolution and revolution?
Sir, please, I want to attempt the evolution.
Attempt it.
The evolution, I think it talks about how things evolve. Evolve here means change. So when an organism changes from one state to another, that is what will be termed as the evolution. So basically, his theories on evolution were how one species or organism will evolve into another. That's all I can say for now.
That's okay. Yes.
Sir, can I also
yes. Yes, you can go. You can do it.
Okay. For me, I think evolution denotes from birth how certain things rises, how it started. And then revolution is a gradual process of changing with time.
Okay. Thank you both. Thank you both for your contributions. What you must understand is that evolution and revolution, they are both processes of change. Okay. However, evolution is slower something evolves from one stage to the other through a slow process. Okay, a very slow process. That is what we call evolution. But when when we say revolution, revolution is more sudden. It is more immediate. So when there was an uprising in Ghana some time ago that led to some disturbances and what have you, we called it what the 19 something something revolution, because suddenly people just got angry and they felt we have to do this when they were burning down shops and what have you. It was a revolution. So revolutions are usually immediate, they are more sudden processes of change, whereas evolution takes a much longer process for change. Okay, and that is essentially what Charles Darwin was talking about, the fact that organisms would slowly, over so many years, begin to develop new features to adapt to their natural environment. And those things that will not be able to adapt would eventually die off. It says that the theory of evolution based on the processes of natural selection, the origin of species, was published in the year 1859. You remember the point I asked you to write down? All right. Now, at the center of Darwin's theory is the notion that some creatures with some particular variations from the norm may find these variations advantageous in dealing with the natural environment in which they find themselves. As I said, an organism may find itself experiencing sudden climate change. Okay, maybe the climate is changing. Let's say in Ghana here, okay, all of a sudden the climate begins to get very cold. It now begins to snow in Ghana. Okay, the animals that we find in Ghana would eventually start developing some new variations. Their skin, their eyesight, their feet, the way they move, the food they eat will also gradually. Mr. Ofosuhene, please mute yourself. All right. These organisms will start slowly begin to get new variations in their system. Their bodies will change. Almost everything about them will change. But not every organism will actually be able to adapt to this change. Okay, so and those ones that actually do change will pass on those traits to their organisms. So in their lifetime, in the parent organism's lifetime, the change that they wish to see may not take place in their lifetime. It's because it's a process of what? Evolution. It is slow. So their systems will gradually be changing. So the actual change that will be observed may actually come maybe 100 years later. Okay, but it's definitely started from somewhere because they found themselves in an environment that they had to adjust themselves to. They'll start developing systems to adjust themselves to the weather, to the climate, and what have you. Exactly. Now, individuals with these variations will thus be more likely to survive. Because if you don't adjust, you will die off. And then they'll pass these variations down to their offspring. And this is termed the survival of the fittest. Yes, Mr. Mesha. Yes, Meshach.
Sir, please, sorry, okay. So
All right.
sorry.
All right. As we were saying, this is called the survival of the fittest, because those organisms that are not able to adjust their systems to this new sudden change, they would die off. Because if your digestive system is suited for processing grains and what have you, and now you don't have grains available, all you have is grass or meat, and you are not able to adjust your system to the processing and consuming meat, you will die off. But those ones that will start adjusting their system will start passing those advantageous traits or variations to their offspring, who then pass it on to their offspring. And so eventually you realize that suddenly chickens are eating meat. whilst possibly 100, 200, or 300 years ago, their ancestors were not eating meat. Okay, that is the process of the survival of the fittest and scientific natural selection, because if you're able to develop natural changes to yourself, you would survive. Those ones that were not able to will perish. And so that selection is in there. Now, eventually he adds that these differences will become exaggerated and then new species will be formed. So sometimes the process of change, developing new systems or traits for these organisms would become very sophisticated, such that you realize that different species will start taking place, as to why you have different species of lions or cats in general. You understand? So a tiger and a house cat is typically the same, almost the same hair, the same features, and they're almost the same thing. But I realize that one is more domesticated and one is more wild. And so the sort of things that each of them do is somehow different. But they might have all possibly come from the same ancestor, some developing new features to adjust themselves to their various environments. I hope that is clear. Now, Darwin's ideas were quickly extended by others to account for the differences in human society, what they term social Darwinism. So whereas the original theory was for animals and plants, okay, some people actually use this to explain differences in human cultures and human society, what they call social Darwinism. People are more suited for the tropical or equatorial climate. We have developed our bodies, so we are darker, suited for certain diseases. For instance, how many times have you even had malaria in your lifetime? You have had malaria count lifetime, but all you do is to possibly take some tabia or some ruta mixture, and you'll be back on your feet. Okay, because your system has to this. But when you move on to an area like Antarctica or somewhere in the Scandinavian countries, because your skin is not suited, you will find it difficult to adjust. Okay, they reproduce over time. You realize that your children, your offspring, to almost look like the natural people over there, because their systems are gradually adjusted. That is what we refer to as what? Social Darwinism. Is that clear? Another example is how when the Europeans came here, you realize that they die. When they get small typhoid fever, then they die. But we over here, we have experienced this for so long a time, and we are still alive because we are suited to this. Now, these Europeans, when they married our women, they gave birth for so many generations. You realize that now these offsprings no longer face the challenges that their forefathers were facing, because their systems have adjusted to the climate, natural selection, survival of the fittest. I hope that is clear. All right. Now, Darwin's great competitor in the theory of evolution was Lamarck. Please, if I ask, do you understand? I want to know if you do, so that if I'll go over, I go over. If we move on, then we move on. Please, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Darwin's great competitor in the theory of evolution was Lamarck. Lamarck, and then please, your microphone, Mr. Prince, mute yourself. And the new Lamarckians believe that characteristics could be acquired during a single lifetime, rather than being the result of endless and seemingly random acts of chance. Evolution could happen more rapidly, owing to the ability of a single organism to pass on characteristics developed in its own lifetime. So if you remember, the differences between evolution and revolution. Darwin was more of an evolutionist, so the process of change will be slow. Sometimes you will not see it in the organisms, in the parent organism's lifetime. It may take place hundreds of years later for them to fully adjust. But Lamarck, on the other hand, believed that the process of change can be immediate. It can happen in the organism's lifetime. Okay, so instead of it going through a long process, so many years of try and error, the process could happen immediately. Gloria Kwashi, please mute yourself. All right. Thus, it might be possible for scientists simply to alter a species by, for instance, not allowing a type of wheat to grow too high, and thus ensuring shorter wheat during the following year. Okay, so scientists could, if indeed the process of change could be immediate, it could not be a long process, scientists can find a way of engineering plant and animal changes such that it can happen in a short time. So for instance, today we have different varieties of oranges, but because someone realized that maybe the original orange that they were having was quite bitter, he will just graft it with a different species of orange to develop a new one that is sweet. And that process of change will not take thousands of years to develop. Once the orange bears fruit, the effect will be seen. I hope you understand the difference. So whereas Darwin was more of someone who believed in slow processes of change, Lamarck believed that the process of change in itself can be engineered. It can be intentionally done, where there may not be an original need for it, but simply because someone wants that process, that change, that variation, scientists could engineer the change. Is that clear? All right. So we are done with those the four people. Okay. Immanuel Kant, Karl Ritter, van Humboldt, and Charles Darwin. Okay. Now we are moving on to two important concepts in geography. Yes, Immanuel Lamore.
All right, sir. So with Darwin and Lamarck, for me, I can say that Lamarck's position is modern than that of Charles Darwin, because even in modern era, this a deficiency of hemoglobin, I realize that it can be changed. So looking at comparing Darwin and Lamarck, I can see that Lamarck's proposition or his stand is of modernity than that of Charles Darwin.
Wow, interesting. Who has an opposing view? That was a very brilliant contribution, Mr. Emmanuel, because definitely, if you look at it critically, it appears the more sudden change is even a little more beneficial, because instead of waiting so many years for the change to take place, it can happen in a more immediate term, which would be then advantageous. So not so many species may have to die before the perfect species will survive. But now the change can be engineered for everything to happen now. So thank you very much. All right. We move on to environmental determinism, which is in geography. At your level, we will not go so deep to allow so that we would be able to just wrap it up very quickly. I'll make it as simple for you to understand as possible. How many pages more? We have about 3 more pages or so to finish. All right. Environmental determinism. Now, this is the belief that the environment, most notably its physical factors, such as landforms and climate, determines the patterns of human culture and societal development. The environment, mostly its physical factors such as landforms, climate, determines the patterns of human culture and societal development. The idea is that human beings, yes, Gifty. All right. The idea is that human beings, as we are distributed all over the surface of the earth, we have Asians somewhere, Africans here, Europeans there, distributed all over. The sort of culture that we practice, okay, the sort of development that we even face or we even engage in is largely dependent on the physical factors of the environment. And so the environment determines human culture and societal development. As the concept is, environmental determinism. So the environment determines what you can do as a people. So you are literally restricted to this. Now, the example is this. When you come to Africa, there are certain plant species that we don't have here. Okay, naturally, we don't grow apples here. Okay, the temperature alone can also determine the sort of clothing that you wear. So you come here, you realize that we usually wear very light clothing. Of course, except for the people who are into fashion, who would wear heavy things during this hot climate. Okay, determines what we even wear, and you know that is part of culture. Your clothing is part of your culture. Okay, even your skin color is dependent on the climate. So the climate is typically determining what you do and how you do things. The food you eat is dependent on the physical part of the environment. Exactly. When you move to Europe, because of the way the weather is cold, the sort of clothing that they wear is also different. The food that they eat is also different. They eat more fatty foods so that they can grow bigger to retain more heat because of the way the place is cold. Okay, and various other processes are also determined by the environment. I hope that is clear. That is the basic understand, the simplest form of environmental determinism. The environment, through physical factors such as landforms and climate, determines human culture. What you do and how you do it is dependent on your climate and your landforms. Okay, if for instance you are staying in a community where you are surrounded by water bodies, environmental determinism says that you can't move across because you are restricted, you are confined. Exactly. All right. Now, environmental determinists believe that, yes, Felicia.
So then we can say that there was a man, I've forgotten his name, that he said, when we send all black people to the torrid region or the temperate region, one of it will be white. And then when they send all the white people to the other side too, they will be black. Then it means that it is
Yes.
true.
Well, it is not necessarily true. It is a theory. Okay, so a theory can always be proven right or wrong. A theory is generally any explanation for reality. So however you choose to explain your reality is how you explain it. As to whether it is true or false, well, it is up for debate. But I am very much intrigued by that you actually remember that contribution. Thank you very much, Felicia. You've done very well. All right, Mr. Joshua, I think you wanted to speak.
Yes, sir, please. I was with respect to determinism. Can I also say that it's those living around the sea and big river bodies are forced to become fishermen by force due to
Exactly.
the environment.
Exactly. So literally where you are determines what you will do because you are limited by the environment. If you are located around the sea, there is very little arable land around those areas. So more or less you become a fisherman. That is why when you go into the entire community is engaged in different forms of what fishing or different aspects of fishing. Someone will go and catch the fish, someone will process the fish, or the livelihood, which is also another aspect of what culture is dependent on the physical environment. So thank you very much. When you go to places within the forest area, for instance, in Ghana, where you have more arable land, you realize that the people there are more farmers. They are not surrounded by any water body. Okay, thank you very much, Joshua. Madam Gifty, your hand is up. After that, we come to, I think, so Madam Gifty, if you are here, you can speak. Okay, Madam Gifty is off. Madam Barbara.
So the environmental determinism reminds me of something I came across, that the environment even determines the god the people worship. Just like you said, when you go to a place that they have a lot of rivers, you realize that they worship a river god. A place that they have a lot of mountains, they worship a mountain god. A place they have a lot of forests, they have god of trees. So it just has something to do with
Exactly. Exactly. I was actually thinking you'd be confused about this story, but it appears you even understand it better than I do. So exactly as you have said, okay, so where you are, remember, worship and religion is also a form of culture. Okay, so where you are located literally determines all that you do, according to the concept of environmental determinism. The environment is determining literally everything that you do. Things like landforms and climate, which are the most important factors of the environment, okay, determines your human culture and the societal development. Okay, now, the main argument of environmental determinism states that an area's physical characteristics, okay, like climate, have a substantial impact on the psychological outlook of its inhabitants. Okay, so now it is even moving beyond the normal culture, the food, the religion, the socioeconomic activity, and what have you, to even psychological, even the way you think is even somehow dependent on where you are, which is similar to something that Carreta was saying under the arrangement of the continents per God's creation. Asia being whatever, Africa and Europe, if you remember. Okay. Now, environmental determinism rose to its prominent stage in modern geography, beginning in the late 19th century when it was revived by the German geographer Friedrich Ratzel, and this became the central theory in the discipline. So, one of the earliest theories that was developed in geography was this particular theory of environmental determinism. And in fact, it is even in existence to today. Remember, a theory is simply an explanation for reality. Okay, it may be true, it may be false, but however people see reality is how they would explain it, and then they will propose a theory to support the claim. You understand? All right, let's move on to this part. It says that environmental determinism then became popular in the United States in the early 20th century. So, and lo and behold, the 20th century ended just 1999, a few years, about 26 or so years ago. Okay, so this is it's not so far away. It's quite recent. Okay, now it became popular in the early 20th century when Ratzel students, Ellen Churchill Semple, introduced the theory there. Semple outlined 4 ways in which the physical environment impacted human life. Okay, so there have been 4 ways that the physical environment impacts human life. All right. Now, number 1 is the direct physical effect of the environment. If something is direct and physical, okay, it means that it is observable. more or less the perception. Physical factors such as climate, distance from the sea, altitude, which is literally the height upward in the sky, she argues directly influences human characteristics such as your stature, your skin color, the color of the hair. And she argues that it gets lighter at higher altitudes. So just as Madam Felicia was saying, okay, your skin color, your hair color, it gets lighter the more you approach the poles. Because we are, for instance, in the lower latitudes, almost close to the equator. And so our skin color is dark. Our hair color is usually dark. It will be very rare. It will be very rare for you to see a Ghanaian, a Nigerian, born and bred here, ancestors all coming from here, okay, having a light colored hair, unless of course the person is an albino, okay. But the very normal people we have dark skin, black hair, okay, which is arguably from the point of view of the environmental determinists, that it is as a result of what the direct physical effect. What do you think will be the direct physical effect? It is because of the sun. Because the argument is that the sun and the temperature here is affecting our skin color and our hair color, and as far as even our stature. So going as far as saying that people along along these areas, we are more shorter, but as you approach the poles, the height increases of human beings. Mr. Christian, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I share that idea. It's very true, but I want to know if there is an exception, because I'm wondering why maybe blacks also born in UK, where the temperature there is cool, but yet they are still black, and they still have the nature of our hair here in Africa. So are there exceptions to the environmental determinism?
That is true. So that may not necessarily be an exception. That would be a critique. Remember, every theory can be critiqued. Every theory can be critiqued once you explain reality from your perspective. Remember, it may not be the same case everywhere. So it may not necessarily have to be an extra something, okay? But it is more or less a critique. Because why would you claim that the more people move to the poles or to the temperate areas, they will develop lighter skin and everything? But yet still, some of them, even born there, they are blacker than us. They have darker skin than us. And you know this because you sometimes watch movies and you see that some of these black Americans are actually, some of them have darker skin than us. All right. Mr. Steven, you can go ahead. Mr. Christian, I hope you are okay.
Sir,
yes, I'm okay.
Sir,
thank you, sir.
All right, Stephen.
Sir, in the course of propounding this theory of environmental determinism, was those the UAEs, were they also around? Because Dubai, for instance, looking at the sun, the amount of rays that they are receiving over there is even higher than some of us in this African area. But you could see that they are white and their skin is different as compared to us.
Okay. So first of all, these people, they are usually referred to as brown people. Okay, they are said to be brown because their skin color is not so white. If you want to know the true white people, the true white people are the people in Northern Europe, people around what we call the Scandinavian countries, the Sweden, the Finland. They are white. You can literally see the veins in their body when they are walking by. Okay, the rest of the people like the Asians, they are more brown. Okay, they are not black like us. Neither are they as white as those people. Okay, that is why some people are of the view that Jesus Christ himself possibly may not be a white man. Okay, as but that is a conversation for another day. But this, for instance, Mr. Seven, can be another critique to the theory of environmental determinism. Okay, all right. Are we okay, Mr. Seven? All right. Mr. Victor.
Yeah, I just want to share my view on the environmental determinism about the completion. About the completion.
Okay.
I think the gene also counts. Sometimes if you have a you might be a black person or black person, but when you move to the environment, where the environment is cool or you are closer to the poles, because you have a light, you are dark, but you have a lighter skin. Your skin can change or can bright. But if you are too dark, that's why I don't think something can. There is nothing that can happen to you.
So black people with lighter skin can eventually get brighter skin. To an
exactly.
extent,
For instance, maybe you are a little bit fair in complexion. So because of the environment in which you are, the heat, you are fair, but your skin cannot bright because of the environment, the heat.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, thank you very much. Someone else, I think Madam Grace has her hand up. Hey, we have some few minutes more.
Hello.
Yes, Grace, go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to testify to what my senior colleague just said. In fact, I am very lighted skin. And then I happened to attend school in Ekropon.
Okay.
By the time we finished the first term and I went home, my skin virtually changed. I was becoming very brighter. So many people thought I was using my skin, but I was using the ordinary cream I used to be using when I was at home. So I think what he said is very true. I have a sister in the UK. When she left to UK, I'm even brighter than her. But as at now, she's getting brighter than me. So when you have that pigment of lightness in your skin, I think when you travel to those European countries, it can brighten your skin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then word to the rest of us on the platform. If you have light skin and you want to look brighter, you know where to go to. Thank you. Mr. Emmanuel, go ahead.
All right, sir. So with regards to the environmental determinism, in fact, currently we can't let the environment influence human development negatively. Humans, we can rather adapt to the changes of the environment to our benefit. If, let's say, we see that flooding is causing harm to humans, we can rather change the flood to at the same, for let's say, serve as water reservoirs and other stuff, or for irrigational purposes. So we can't say that the environment should influence our development. We can rather adapt to the changes and make benefits out of it.
Who cannot hear me? All right. All right. So thank you very much. Now that point that you raised is much shorter, so we'll not spend so much time there. But thank you for your contribution. We'll get there and you understand what I'm saying. Now, the second way in which the physical environment is the psychical effect of the environment. Psychical. So this is not physical, this is psychical. Now, the environment, she argues, can such as religion, literature, and then the modes of. So these things are more conceptual. Okay, the physical environment can also impact the way you think. So as one of our sisters rightly said, even the religion, the gods that you worship can be a result of what your physical environment, the sort of literature, how you even pass down information, develop the use of paper much earlier. They were able to even document information and their history. But over here, we were more used to what the oral form of things. Okay, even the modes of thoughts, as we said. So the psychical effect of the environment, which is the second aspect of the way in which the physical life reflects in how we think, how we conceive things. Remember, all of this is still under environmental determinism. Now, the third way is how environmental influence on the environment influences economic and social development. Environmental influence on economic and social development. She says that, or she charts how amount of basic resources securing the necessities of life allows for different levels of human development from nomadic pastoralist to urban civilizations. So if you realize that people who, I don't want to use Ghana for an example, I don't want to offend anybody, but cultures that are more used to, what's the name, nomadic lifestyle, they are more dependent on the environment in the sense that the animals, whether it is cattle, it is sheep, it is goats, they are more focused on the environment and they don't really regard any form of social development like that. All they need is to possibly feed their animals, take them for their hair to be shed, for them to be sold on the market, and they are done. Okay. Whereas people found in the urban areas, we are more tuned to the social lifestyle. So we have more modern forms of livelihoods like workplaces, recreation, like sports and what have you. So if you realize that when it comes to sports, for instance, people in the villages and people in the cities have different sort of activities that they engage in. People in the cities will have more, or in advanced areas will have different sort of sports like video games and what have you, where people located in more deprived communities will be more attuned with the ampe and the the local games that we are used to. Exactly. Also an effect of what? The physical environment. And then lastly, let's quickly wrap it up so that we can move on to the questions. Lastly, we look at environmental influences on the movement of people. And she argues that the natural environment produces barriers such as mountain ranges and routes such as rivers that either enable or constrain the movement of people. So the natural environment in this case, in the last context, for instance, argues that the natural environment will either constrain movement or enable movement. If you are located in a community where you are surrounded by mountains, in the concept of environmental determinism, you cannot move over the mountain. Okay, you are constrained. Your movement is constrained. If you are located in an area where you have a river body, okay, your movement is either constrained or enabled. So all of those things are also dependent on what? The environment, even the way you move, where you move to is constrained. You can only move along the edges of the river. You cannot cross because it is constraining your movement. Is that clear? So 4 ways in environmental determinism has been conceptualized. One is by the direct physical effects, influencing skin color, stature, hair color. Okay, you come to the psychical effects, where you have the effects in terms of religion, literature, and then the modes of thought. We also have the influence on the economic and social development, the way you have differences in the sort of livelihoods and social activities that people engage in. And then lastly, the movement of people. Now, environmental determinism's popularity began to decline in the 1920s as its claims were found to be wrong. For instance, Carl Sauer, for instance, began his critiques in 1924 and said that the environmental determinism led to premature generalization about an area's culture and did not allow for results based on direct observation or other research. Okay, so if you realize, it appears everything under environmental determinism is more or less generalization. People in Africa or around the equator are black because they are close to the equator. Okay, people in the pole at the poles are having lighter skin and what have you. Just mere generalizations. Now, this gave birth to another theory, which arose as a critique to the environmental determinism, essentially what Mr. Emmanuel was explaining a few minutes ago. Okay, and that is the theory of environmental possibilism. Environmental possibilism. So we have environmental determinism and environmental possibilism. And just as this theory says, the possibilism here means that the environment will give you possible ways, choices for you to choose from. So you are not necessarily confined. It is not an imposition. The environment is not typically determining what you should do, but will give you options to choose from. So you can as well be in Ghana here and still wear your heavy clothing if it suits you. Or you can move out of Ghana to experience whatever you want to experience. Okay, in terms of the movement on people, okay, which is the best explanation I can give us at this point. Whereas environmental determinism will look at constraining your movements, restricting where you can go to. Environmental possibilism will actually allow you to either drill through the mountain using the tunnels that we have today, okay, where unlike environmental determinism, you can't get to the other side. Now you can get to the other side. Okay, when it was a river and you can only walk around the river, you can't cross. Environmental possibilism allows you to construct even a canoe to sail on the river, even a bridge to move over the river. Okay, it gives you possible avenues, possible choices. That is the environmental possibilism. So if it is environmental determinism where excess rainfall is causing flooding and you can't farm, okay, environmental possibilism will allow you to construct irrigational facilities. Exactly. Madam Barbara, go ahead.
So, like in the case where environmental determinism, when you find yourself in a forest area, normally the occupation should be you should be hunting. With environmental possibilism, you can sell timber instead.
Exactly. Exactly. I think I should have even allowed you guys to even explain this particular concept because you seem to be doing much better. Very grateful for all the contributions. He says that lastly, in other words, the natural environment rather offers possible avenues, okay, not restrictions, but avenues for human development. And in fact, by the 1950s, this is nearly about 70, 75 years or 76 years ago, environmental determinism was almost entirely replaced in geography by environmental possibilism, effectively ending its prominence as a central theory in the discipline. Okay. Now you must understand that even later, other theories came up, which even gave prominence to human agency. Okay, but those ones are much broader and we will not address them today. So we have come to the end of the fifth lecture, essentially concluding the entire geographic thoughts. And I hope by this time we've been able to draw the outline very clearly. The descriptions have been made much clearer and it is no longer as scary as it used to. Do we have any questions? If not, we can quickly go to the objective questions that I had in mind for us. Any questions?
Sir, please, are we not going to do the rest of the chapters or it's not part?
No. We've been
Okay,
alerted.
please, thank you.
All right, we've been alerted that the lecture should end at this point so that you have enough thing, because we've done a lot. Other than if you want us to go to, I can take you there. but it will not be ideal for you guys. I hope you understand.
Yes,
right.
sir. Sir, please let's go to the questions.
Okay. Give me a minute to quickly project all of those for you. I sent them to some of your colleagues. I hope you all were able to receive them on time.
No, sir. No, please.
No, please.
Please, whoever I shared it to, I shared it to about 2 or 3 different people. Please put them on all your platforms so that your colleagues can get access. Okay. All right. So let me project what I have.
No, sir.
Let me project what I have here. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right.
But not full.
Okay. So, how many subdivisions of geography did Immanuel Kant recognize in the 18th century? I think this was a question that Mr. Stephen was asking. You have A, 2, B, 3, C, 4, D, 6. Okay. So, what do you think is the answer? The answer is 6. Okay.
It should have been 5.
Together with physical.
I think we said
Yes.
we mentioned the fact that they were 5.
In addition to the physical geography. Yes. In addition to the physical geography itself, remember the sub branches of geography were 5. But in addition to the physical geography, so the answer is what? Done and simple. Okay. Don't confuse yourself. If it comes in a yes, who has the hand up? You can go ahead.
Okay, so in situation whereby
if
we
it
have
comes in the exam, in your quiz, it is 6.
Yep.
Okay, if it comes in the exam or in the quiz, choose 6. Number 2, geographer made the concept of environmental determinism popular in the United States in the early part of the 20th century. A. Ellen Semple. B. Barbara. Yes, Barbara, go ahead. Barbara, you can go ahead.
Sir Ellen Churchill.
Or Emmanuel, either of you can just say the
So,
answer.
Ellen Churchill sample.
Am I the only one who cannot hear you? Mr. Samuel, please mute yourself. Anyway, who has the answer to number 2?
So the answer is A.
It's A. All right, Ellen Semple. And we did this just a few minutes ago. Number 3, which geographic? No, the answer is not C. The answer is not C. It is A. Remember, we said Ellen Semple was the one who popularized the concept.
I'm talking about the 3.
Oh, okay.
But it's
Sorry.
not even read
3. Anyway, which geography philosopher is credited with the idea that all history must be treated geographically and all geography must be treated historically?
That is Herodotus.
Herodotus.
Okay. However you choose to pronounce his name, Herodotus is the same thing. All right. We have, which continent did Carreta classify as sunrise?
That is
Africa, Asia, Europe. Sunrise.
Asia.
Asia.
It's
Asia. It's answer is Asia.
Yes. The sun rises in the east. So if you forget anything, the sun rises in the east. And Asia is called the Far East. So make the distance there. Okay. Which of these 2 scholars do many writers refer to as the founders of modern geography? A. Darwin and Lamarck.
Humboldt
D.
and Ritter.
D.
Humboldt and Ritter.
Okay. Humboldt and Ritter.
Number C.
Yes, so that is Humboldt and Ritter. So you see how the questions are being stated. So you must read and be very, very clear before you select. Other than that, you'll be stating wrong things. Now, which two basic traditions, that's the contributions of Greek philosophers to geography, can be categorized into? Okay, the two basic traditions in geography are what? Mathematical and
Literally.
B.
Literary, sorry.
Literary.
We have the literary. Now, number 7, who was the first person to wrestle with the problem of showing the curved surface of the earth on a flat surface? The person with the first problem of showing the curved surface of the earth on a flat surface: Hipparchus, Homer, Posidonius, and Strabo. Who was the
Homer.
first?
Hipparchus.
Wow.
Hipparchus.
The answer is Hipparchus. In fact, he was the one who came up with two map projections. If you remember, we have the orthographic and the stereographic map projections. Okay, so whoever said Homer, -3. Okay, we have the next question, question 8, and it reads: which Greek philosopher formulated the theory of locating things by using latitude and longitude? A. Herodotus, B. Hipparchus, C. Ptolemy, D. Thales.
Hipparchus.
Hipparchus. The answer is Hipparchus. Herodotus was noted for culture and history. Ptolemy was noted for documenting things that the Greeks had already done. And then Thales of Miletus was noted for the 6 geometric principles. Okay. Now, according to Immanuel Kant, the races of humankind should be classified under A. Human geography, B. Physical geography, C. Population geography, and then D. Regional geography.
Physical geography.
Yes, the answer is correct. Physical geography. Remember what he said. He said that geography should not only be concerned with, just the mere things on the surface of the earth and how they came about, but how human beings also impact the environment. You remember? Okay. Number 10, who developed the deductive procedures for geographic inquiries? A. Aristotle, B.
Plato.
Are you? Number 11, who developed the concept of varying habitability on the earth? A. Alexander the Great, B. Aristotle, C. Hecatius, D. Hipparchus. Aristotle. Then it appears you guys really remember. Okay, that's very good of you. Which Muslim scholar spent the last 30 years of his life visiting some of the remote parts of Africa and Asia to know the geography of those areas?
Ibn Khaldun. It's B.
Any other opposing view?
Is
I would choose C. Ibn Khaldun.
Ibn Battuta.
I'll go for C.
So I'll go for C. It's C. Ibn Khaldun.
It's
B.
I'll
Ibn
go
Khaldun.
for A.
I'll go for B.
Ibn Khaldun.
The answer is Ibn Khaldun. The answer is Ibn Khaldun. Okay.
Yes.
So go back to the slides, go and read, and you get it there. Okay. The answer is B, Ibn Khaldun. That's the answer. Okay. Now, number 13, the key figures in the theory of evolution, which had a profound influence on the development of modern geography, were Darwin and
Lamarck.
Lamarck, correct. What was located at the center of the TO maps used during the medieval period of geography? A. Jerusalem.
Jerusalem. Yes, please.
Okay, correct. All right, let's move on to the next question. What was located at the far east of the TO
Paradise.
maps? Any other opposing view?
Paradise. See.
Paradise.
Oh, yes, paradise.
It's Paradise, correct. Who was the first Muslim to turn his attention specifically to man and environment relations?
Khaldun.
A.
Ibn
Ibn
Khaldun.
Battuta, Ibn Khaldun. My brother, why do you have the marking scheme with you?
No, please.
All right.
Ibn Khaldun is related to man and environment in a relationship.
Yes, that is true.
And
That is
Halkal
true.
is the one that you read. So Halkal
That
is the
is
one
very
who
true.
traveled, used his last 30 years to travel and visiting some most remote parts of Africa and Asia. That is related
That is
to
true.
Ibn Halkal. And Khaldun is the first Muslim to initiate the man and environment relationship.
Massa, you do all. Where?
I'm
Surely.
very impressed. I'm very, very impressed. Okay, but let's move on.
Thank you, sir.
What is the next question? The next question reads, which Muslim geographer or scholar gathered the observations of climate features made by Arab travelers into the world's first climate atlas? Remember, that was one of the very first things we studied. Ibn Balki, Al-Balki, Al-Idrisi, Al-Mamun, or
There is
any other opposing view? Any other
So that's the
opposing
correct
view?
answer.
That's the correct answer, indeed. Al-Balki. Number 18, Posidonius estimated the circumference of the Earth to be 25,000 miles. True or false?
False.
False.
Correct for half point. Number 19, Hipparchus was more of a mathematician and astronomer than he was a geographer. True or false?
True.
True. That's correct. And then the last, believe that anything that exists has to exist somewhere. Aristotle gave that belief. True or false?
True.
True. We just learned
True. All right.
that.
Now, okay, so these ones we will not have time to go because we've done it. Every revision that we do when we are about to start a different lecture, we'll go through it, and the time will not permit us. We have about 20 or so minutes more. So I have other objective type questions that I would like for us to go through. I honestly don't know how to get the rest of you these slides, the questions, but I'll be happy if all of you had access to them. But anyway, let's do yes, hello.
Sir. So it's like I have placed a question like this on some pages.
Okay. So please
I don't know whether
try
some of
and
them
get
have
access
had
to all of those slides and those documents so that we can all share them accordingly. All right. Now we have another objective type questions here. It says that many of the procedures
instead of okay.
No, please.
No.
No, please.
No, please. No.
Oh,
No, sir.
can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's move on. So number one, many of the basic procedures of geography were first elaborated in the writings of Plato and Aristotle. This one, if you don't know then all right.
Because Aristotle is the student of Plato.
All right. Geographical writings on the earth was started by Anaximander, Eratosthenes, Homer, or Herodotus.
Homer.
Homer.
Say it's A.
No, it's
Wow,
Homer.
who said it? Oh no, relax, please.
That is Homer.
Using anybody's contribution here. Maybe the person, you don't know where he's coming from. Whoever said it's A, is there a reason why you are saying it's A?
Hello, sir. Yes, I have a reason. I learned Homer was being regarded by the Greeks. Yeah, yes, yes. I chose A. I said A.
Why?
Anaximander, because he was the first. Hello, sir. Hello. Hello.
Speak. We are listening.
Anyway, I can't hear the rest of what he. The answer is C. Is Homer. He started geographical writings. Anaximander was the one who first drew the map of the world to scale. Now, which scholar developed the term geography? A. Anaximander. B.
Eratosthenes.
Please, who pronounced the name? I want to hear you pronounce it again. The lady who pronounced it.
Eratosthenes.
Hey, Madam Geraldina. All right.
So this name there, now wahala.
Wahala, eh? Bear with us, okay? We are almost done. What type of location did the ancient Greeks rely on for their geographic inquiry? A, absolute, B, physical, C, relative, D, true. Is it?
Relative.
So C, relative.
Yes, any other relative, indeed, relative. And you remember as to why we came across that system, okay, using the 4 wind directions. All right.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what was located at the far east? I think we've already done this question. The first to turn its attention to man environment is also there. In the United States, we've also done it. This one we've also done. This one we've also done. Okay. What disease affected Vasco da Gama and his crew when they sailed? Hey, you guys have really studied the topics. Anyway, the idea that all processes of change observable today also operated in the past and can account for all the world's surface features is referred to as catastrophism, determinism, environmentalism, and then
Uniformitarianism.
So I will take D. Uniformitarianism.
Yes, the answer is D. Not that you take D, you have to take D. That is the answer. Anyway, number 17. To Kant, dash geography provides the basis for all other geographies. A, human, B, physical, C, political, D, regional.
D, regional.
D, regional. Any other opposing view?
So it is physical.
Sir, please, it's physical, Immanuel Kant.
Yes, that is the answer. So whoever gave that answer as whatever answer you give, the answer is physical geography. Please, is that clear?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. Let's move on to the next question. What's the next one? Okay. Marco Polo was not a geographer and had no knowledge of the existence of such a field of learning. True or false?
True.
The answer is true. Anaximander was the first ever Greek scholar to draw the map of the world to scale. True or false?
True.
Okay. The Chinese, the individual is not separate from nature. True or false?
True.
Yes, the answer is true. Remember what we said under the Chinese geography. Okay, the individual is not separate from nature because they understand that upon your death, you would still form part of nature because your remains would decompose, form part of the soil, be absorbed, and the process goes on from there. Okay, so you see how the the essay type questions are also going to look like. Discuss the three main geographic questions. We've done this severally. And then who is a geographer? Then you discuss the contributions of one of the following scholars to geography, one of these people, for 20 marks. And then account for the origin of continents and oceans on the earth. We did this one today. And then examine the contributions of Muslims to climatology and oceanography. So you remember how I asked you to group the Muslim contributions to geography. Okay, you see how this particular question, for instance, has been framed very elaborate and direct. So you not talk about one person, but you have about 2, 3, or maybe 4 different people over there. There's also a question on Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. So you realize that literally everything that we've done could have the opportunity to come. But if you're able to study the right areas, it will be easier for you. Let's look at the last. Are you tired? Should we close, or we should look at the last objective type question? Then we call it a day.
Yeah, let's continue. Let's continue.
Yeah,
let's continue.
Let's continue.
Yeah, let's continue, please.
Okay.
We are never tired at this stage.
Some of us are tired.
Okay. We'll wrap it up very briefly. Some of the questions are just repetitions, so we'll jump over those ones. Now, who was the... Okay, we've already done this question. What major question did ancient geographers ask regarding location? A, how far is it? What is it? What is it like?
Where is
D, where is it?
Exactly. Now, who was the first to divide the Earth into 360 degrees and define the grade of...
Hipparchus.
Okay, okay. Any other opposing view? All right. Which branch of geography is closely linked to geology? A, biogeography, D, earth science, sorry, B, earth
Geomorphology.
science. Geomorphology. Geomorphology is the answer for that particular question. And then what was the primary focus of physical geography in Immanuel Kant's time? Celestial bodies, human activities, natural features and human activities. Yes, number 5.
D.
Natural features and human activities.
Natural features and human activities. Now, who were the founders of modern geography?
Alexander von Humboldt and Karl Ritter.
C.
Correct. Hey, someone says C. Who said C? Razak.
A. Say A.
Anyway, correct. Oh, sorry. Direct observation of geographical phenomenon through the senses is known as what? Direct observation. Concept, percept, reality, or theoretical?
Percepts.
Percept. Okay. What theory did Aristotle support with the observation of the Earth's shadow on the moon?
Theory.
The theoretical Earth theory. Is that the answer? Who has an opposing view?
Says this is you, spherical Earth theory.
Okay, the spherical Earth theory. And then number 9. What shape did Bennett suggest the Earth became when God set it? Okay, X shape. Any other opposing view? Okay. Which scientist suggested the Earth was made from the debris of a comet? Yes. Number 10. Which scientist?
So please, the question 9. Let's go back again.
Okay.
Please, the question 9.
The question. Sorry. Okay. So this is what we do to make sure that those who don't understand will be able to understand. Let the question be fully read before you answer. Okay. The question.
Yes, please.
What shape did Bennett suggest the Earth became when God set it spinning on its axis? A, egg-shaped. B, flat. C, oval. D, spherical. Remember, this was the first thing that we did today. Egg-shaped. So when God set the Earth spinning on its axis, it took the shape of an egg. Question 10 reads, What scientists suggested the Earth was made of the debris of a comet? A. Abraham Werner, B. John Woodward, C. Thomas Bennett, and then D. William Winston.
D.
D, indeed, William Winston. Okay, all right. How did Thales contribute to the field of astronomy? By dash creating the first sundial, drawing the first map of the world, introducing the astrolabe, and then reporting on the magnetism of the lodestone. The contribution of Thales of Miletus. This was one of the last things that we said about him. What's the answer?
Creating of the
By
first and
introducing the first under or the gonum or the normal.
Wow, is that so? The answer is D, reporting on the magnetism of the lodestone. The first sundial, introducing the sundial, was something done by Anaximander. And in fact, he also drew the first map of the world to scale. The astrolabe was developed by someone else, but it was Thales of Miletus who reported on the magnetism of the lodestone. It is in your book and in the slides I have sent across. So please go through it. Now, based on Hipparchus's work, how many degrees does the Earth turn in 1 hour? A, 10, B, 15, C, 20, and then D, 25. What's the answer?
15 degrees.
15.
15 degrees. All right. Why did Herodotus consider all history to be treated geographically and all geography to be treated historically? He believed that they were separate but equally important fields. D, he had no formal training in either field. C, he thought historical events took meaning in the context of their physical background. And then D, he wanted to challenge Plato's ideas.
That is C.
What's the answer?
C.
Yes, the answer is C. Okay, trying to explain history in the context of their physical background. Why did Aristotle conclude that the torrid zone was uninhabitable? A, constant cold temperatures, dense forests, excessive heat, and then lack of water.
Excessive heat.
Excessive heat. Please, I hope we are all following you, and it's not just a few people that are answering the questions.
Yes, we are following.
Yeah.
You are following me,
All
sir.
right.
Don't worry.
All right. Which geographic theory did Marco Polo's observation of Madagascar support? A, the dash is that the Earth is flat. C is that the equator is uninhabitable. C was that smaller estimate of the Earth's circumference, and D was that the torrid zone is habitable. Marco Polo's observations.
D.
Yes, the answer is D.
So come again. Is it D or B?
The torrid zone is
D.
Is
D,
D.
the last one.
The answer is D. It says that what did the T in the TO maps used in the medieval period represent? A, the Atlantic Ocean and the Black Seas, C, the Nile River, and then D, the Tiber River.
That is B.
B.
Yes,
Mediterranean, Aegean.
Now, what is the general term that includes theories that explain surface features as resulting from sudden violent activities?
Catastrophism.
Creationism. Okay. The answer is catastrophism, because at least we did this one today. Always know that. What theory replaced environmental determinism in geography by the 1950s? A, catastrophism, possibilism, social Darwinism, and possibilism, correct. All right. And then lastly, we are saying that who is renowned for his theory of evolution and publication of the origin of species. Please hold on for a minute. Hold on
Charles
for a minute.
Darwin.
Yeah, hello. Yes, hello. Yes, good morning. How are you? Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes, I taught them online. Okay. 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 So I fill it for everything. So the 4 weeks, but 2 weeks you fill those ones. So you sent it to me. Okay. Okay. So the first and the last meetings, right? I'll do that. I'll do that. Okay, because tomorrow the course rep is saying the same thing. The numbers are few traveling from long locations. So, but anyway, yes, possibly, it's possible. So I'll still communicate with her today. But you know what? Currently, I'm in class teaching online. So you let me finish and call you. Okay. Sure. Thank you very much. All right. All right. Sorry about that. The last question. Renowned for the evolution of the
Question
development.
19.
Yeah, question 90.
Oh, okay, well, question 19. Okay. What was the purpose of Ritter's new scientific geography? A, to classify plants and animals. B, to explore celestial bodies. C, to make an inventory of places. And then D, to understand the interconnections and causal relationships. What's the
Understand the interconnections and causal interrelations.
Okay, thank you. Your voice is very, very small, but we appreciate your contribution. Okay, then lastly, we look at who is renowned for his theory of evolution and publication of the origin of species. Darwin
Charles Darwin.
Charles
Charles
Darwin.
Darwin.
Oh, okay. So we have come to the end of that one, and let's briefly look at the subjective questions. You are supposed
Hello, sir.
to. Yes, hello.
Please, I have on the comment section that I've sent a question. Please, can you help me? Can the class help me?
Okay. Ellen Sample added cultural, economic, and psychological aspects to the notion of environmental determinants and work ultimately to the. Where did you get this question from?
It was one of the past questions put on our platform.
Wow, I have not come across this question before. Well, she broke the theory down into into 4 areas. Okay, the direct physical, the psycho, the yeah, the psychical, the socio-economic and developmental, and then the movement of people. Okay, and it is definitely after her work that the doctrine eventually collapsed. So, yes, for me, I'll choose true. I don't know where you got this question from, but I'll choose true. Anyway.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Where were we? So let's briefly just look at this. You are supposed to pick one of these geographers and answer the question on you explain. Okay. Anaximander, Herodotus, Alexander von Humboldt, or Carota. All of these people, we know a lot about them. Okay. Remember the format I gave you to study them and how you are supposed to reproduce. Explain 5 contributions of Muslims to climatology and geomorphology. So thankfully for this one, they've also limited you. They've not asked you to write on 5 Muslims, just their contributions. Also accounts for the origin of continent and ocean. So this question has repeated itself. Okay. Then what is environmental determinism? And then explain the 4 forms of environmental determinism by Ellen Churchill Semple, something we did just a few minutes ago. So we have come to the end of Geographic Thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. I am most grateful for your time, your contributions, your questions, and everything. Except for what happened today, which I was not so happy about. And it doesn't just go for me as your tutor, but for all other tutors. If it happens that someone explains something that you don't understand, the best you can do, ask the person, oh, I don't understand, it wasn't clear. When you are behind and you are passing comments, remember, you will not even hear what the person is saying. Okay? So you are just doing yourself a disservice and you are trying to undermine the person's lecture. And remember, this lecture is being recorded. So whoever has access to this lecture would hear every comment that you passed, which will not be fair on my part. I believe I've done a good job. So thank you very much for your time. Sir, please, quiz 1. I don't know the timetable, but I believe you should have the timetables on your platforms. Better still, you can still call.
So we have the timetables, but I wanted to know the areas. Is it covering units 1 to 3 or to 4 or just units 1 and 2?
Okay. So the quiz 1 should cover chapter 1 to 3, the quiz 2, chapter 4 to 6. Okay, 1 to 3, 4 to 6, and the exam will cover every other area. But the trick for the exam is that some of the questions are going to be repeated. Some of the questions from your quiz 1 and the quiz 2 will be repeated in your exam. So that is how you go about it. Okay, the quiz 1, chapter 1, 2, 3, quiz 2, chapter 4, 5, 6. Exam, combination of both and other questions. But for the subjective type, we study everything. Okay. Mr. Maxwell, your hand is up.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you very much for the opportunity. This is a humble recommendation or a humble appeal. In fact, when you look at the classical geographics, I mean the Greek geographers, I think they are about 11. And then the Roman geographers, then the modern geographers, all put together. Like what I just saw from the subjective questions, I think they were asked to choose one. You were given about 4 or 3 to choose one and talk about.
Here's the thing. Okay, Mr. Maxwell, I understand your grievance perfectly. The issue is this: as you are studying them, okay, in order not to, I want you guys to have time to prepare for your next lecture. So let me briefly just come in. What will happen is that as you are reading on these people, you would realize that some of them are immediately examinable. Some of them are not. Okay, as you are reading, you would realize that someone like Strabo, for instance, what particular question can be asked of Strabo or Hecatius? Okay, so some of these people, there's not much to be written about them. Someone like Posidonius, yes, although he made 2 contributions. So for those people, you can readily study them for the section A, so that you have enough time and you have fewer people to study for your section B. Then when you are reading, you realize that some of them, their contributions are not so profound, and so the possibility of them coming in your subjective is very low. I hope you understand, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, sir, I'm getting you, sir.
All right. So you study them as such, and it should be easy for you. Always try and develop a formula for yourself that will help you study it easier. Okay, Mr. Joshua Matt, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sir. In fact, we would like to thank you very much for taking your time to explain every details of the lectures to us from day one. We are so grateful. In fact, the class is so grateful to you. We hope to meet you in future or the other courses ahead of us if we will do any course in terms of geography. In fact, God bless you. Finally, as you also mark the previously written exams, you consider the mothers and fathers over here. in marking so that you can soften your hands a bit. Although you may be under strict supervision. Although you may be under strict supervision, we'll plead with you to consider
how is he going to know?
Anyway, thank you very much
This
for your
lecture is
request.
being recorded. Oh.
Thank you very much for your comments and your recommendations and everything. They are duly noted and accepted. As well, or I would like to say, it's possible we may meet in the future. It's quite possible. The next time you'll be having a lecture will be either regional analysis and development planning, which I teach, maybe population and development. You may also meet me, depending on how the course coordinator assigns the course. But it's possible we may meet in the future. I may not be assigned to your class though, but however the case may be, it's possible we meet. And when we meet, we'll pick it up from there. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody, for your time. I'm very grateful. Good luck in your quizzes, in your exam and everything. Madam Portia, finally, your hand is up.